All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome tonight. We'll begin this evening with a few workshop items. Emily, our first workshop item is the 2024 calendar.
Yes, thank you. I won't go too much into this, as I'm sure you've already read the memo. We're just recommending that we stay with Tuesdays, and there's been a request to meet at 6:30 instead of 5:30. I'll pull that up on the screen now. Now is in when technology works.
Well, I guess board members, I trust you've had a chance to review this schedule here. I think, Emily, you mentioned at our previous meeting, a few of the dates were adjusted for some holidays, of course, but no other major notes on any of these dates.
No, thank you.
Jeff?
I guess a couple of questions. I thought we settled on Wednesdays, and I definitely don't want to start at 6:30 and then be here till 10:30 or 11. I mean, we're here till 9:30 or 10 as it is. So, I mean, I'm not in favor of that at all.
Yeah, so Emily double-checked the room and the schedule, and Wednesdays became too much of a conflict with the school board meeting. So that was the adjustment back to Tuesdays. I think with the discussion of adjusting a start time to 6:30 or another time we could discuss. I guess, Emily, as far as, I mean, that doesn't require us, if we start later, that doesn't require the board to end the meeting later. Is that a true statement?
No, you can continue to end the meeting at 9:30 or not take up new business past 9:30. It just gives you 3 hours instead of 4 hours, right? You
Sure.
can start at 6:30.
Right, so it gives us less time, so we're going to have more meetings because we're not going to get as much done. I mean, what's wrong with 5:30?
We could, 5:30, so for myself, another commitment's come up that
On
keeps,
Tuesdays?
on Tuesdays, that keeps me tied up until 6. So the suggestion came from me.
Yeah.
I'm in town, I'm locally till 6 o'clock. So that's where the request came.
Yeah, and Jeff, my suggestion was to keep the end time the same, even though it might shorten our meetings, because I think we're not necessarily at our best late in the evening, and it's really pretty unfair to city staff to stay here past 9:30, 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, but then, okay, I understand, and I understand Matt's situation, but we'll end up with more meetings. We already have extra meetings as it is, because we're not going to get obviously, if we have an hour less, we're going to get less done.
Or we can be more succinct.
Yeah, I
Efficient.
don't have a lot of faith in that.
Efficient, yeah. So Emily, I haven't put this on my calendar, but I'm assuming this is pretty much every 2 weeks, and it bounces around a little bit due to holidays and such.
Yeah, it's the first and third, other than the 3 dates noted below.
Right. And then, as I recall, last year, there was a few times we didn't have meetings because we didn't have enough to fill an agenda at that time, correct?
I think the reason last year was we were close to a holiday. Maybe one was supposed to be July 4th, and then we just met once in July. I can't remember the other times, Rob.
Okay. So did we have more than 26 meetings last year?
I'd have to go back and look. I think we did wind up adding 1 or 2 around October-ish.
Okay. And then as far as the 6:30 time, your commitment, Matt, does not go 12 months, does it?
No, thank you, Rob. I was just going to mention that as well. It's not 12 months. It's through the spring here.
So then we could adjust back at that point?
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as we can do that, that would be my recommendation and suggestion.
And even if we do adjust back, I mean, if you're saying 6:30 now, that's one thing, but I'm for 6 o'clock, not because of my schedule and getting here on time, but I think there's a lot of people that would like to be here that struggle at 5:30. And I know that, for example, Justin Jeanette, our county commissioner, was trying to get them to move theirs. They start at 4:30, and they couldn't understand why nobody shows up. They moved it to 5, and people still didn't show up. But that's the problem, is it's just, 5:30 is pretty tight for people that are getting out of work at 5 o'clock, have to adjust their, family, et cetera, so on and so forth, and then get here. So I think long-term, 6 o'clock would be a good start time. And I do agree we end when we always have ended. But now for a period of 3 months or so, we could do I think 6:30, be efficient, and move back to 6 as soon as it can work around your schedule.
Any other?
I would echo Mr. Bigg's comments. For me, I think 5:30 is a little bit tight. And the more time that we can give people as we have vacancies to fill, we may eliminate some very qualified candidates that can't possibly travel from Portland or Freeport or something to get here after work. So I would be in favor. Let's do a 6:30 start time for a couple months, going back to 6 o'clock, and we'll just strive to be very efficient in process, get as much done as we can.
All right, thank you. Any other thoughts, board members?
I mean, that works for me. It would go back to 6 when?
Springish, May, June?
Yeah,
So
that's
Emily,
fine.
do we have to move to vote on this, or we just kind of agree?
If you all agree, then this would be your meeting schedule.
I don't know if we all agree, but
Jeff, is that all right?
you're okay with that?
Okay, all right. All right, Emily, it looks like the board's in favor. Thank you. Our next workshop item, a few housekeeping ordinance amendments, along with Chapter 30 zoning amendment provisions. Do you want to start with the housekeeping items?
Thanks. I don't anticipate that we'll get too much into this tonight. It was more to present FYI to you. So I trust you read the materials here. This overviews what we're looking at, what the goal of this project is. The City Council will be having a workshop on this, most likely February 12th-ish is what I'm hearing. So if you have any comments, questions, or if we want to do a deeper dive into this at your February meeting, be happy to do that with you.
All right, thank you. Any questions, board members, to let Emily think about? Jeff?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little deeper dive into it in the February meeting.
All right,
That's all
thank
I
you.
have.
Jeff?
So I had a few things that I noted on my read-through. The technical design manual, I noticed that there was, some discussion about large culverts, and kind of wanted to know where we were going with that. So I looked, and there's no set of definitions in that manual. And I think that might be something that's good to consider adding. I know when we approved that manual 4 or 5 years ago, it was a huge jump forward to get everything in one location, and I think it's been a very great asset. But as we go to make changes and we start referencing a major stream crossing, for instance, and we go to try to find as kind of a layperson what that really means, it'd be good maybe if we had some definitions in there. And I don't know if that's something that the Public Works could kind of work on, getting a definition section. There was, yeah, and that was regards to section 3.15 with the stormwater quality. And then I had something on section 188-907, the applicant's responsibilities after the plan approval. And I was dealing with as-built. And B8, and specifically, they were asking for a lot more definition with regards to the electrical system plans. This came up 6 or 7 years ago. Understand the relevance, it's kind of up my alley. I didn't understand why they were calling out the electrical, and specifically when other sections talk about communications and fiber networks, when we should be making those all-inclusive. If the city wants really good documentation on some of those subsurface networks, I think we should consider including the language for communication and fiber, because fiber is one of those ones that's much more difficult for us to locate after the fact if there's no tracer put in. Most of the electrical stuff is very easy with modern equipment to track, even if it's not documented. And then I had kind of something I'd like to talk about at the next meeting would be the business industrial zone, reducing the setback from 50 to 20 feet. I think we ought to be very cautious every time we reduce front setbacks, particularly for road growth, but those are just some topics to bring up.
If I can, I just want to clarify for everyone in the public. That's very confusing looking in the document because of how we have to reference it, but that setback is already what it is on the table. That's actually just a clarification to clarify how it looks on the image to how it is on the table. So currently, that setback is what the red line is.
Okay. And then I was still playing on another change that was highlighted was the definition of a religious conference center. Thought maybe we could all kind of ponder this, and should we have a maximum time of occupation per group so that it's not, it doesn't turn into faith-based housing? We're allowing a special use, but we don't really have any timetable on it. And if we have a faith-based conference center that decides that they want to have a conference that goes 3 months, is that really a conference, or is that a way of getting, communal housing in? I just thought we might want to think about that and analyze that from different views. Small-scale energy systems was one that I thought we could talk about as well, to determine the size. They talk about small energy systems, and they use the term commercial energy system, which I would think by a legal definition would be if it were to be selling some revenue from it. As a tradesperson, we might want to look at its rated output, whether it be in kW or BTU per hour. That would maybe help clarify what we're talking about in size and magnitude for a residential zone. Maybe if it creates enough energy that's in excess of the needs of that particular lot that could be sold for profit, it's no longer a small energy system. Those are just some of my things that I had for comments on the edits that were proposed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any
So
other-
I'm wondering if we could ask for board members to submit comments and questions in advance so we can target the workshop to the items that you've flagged. So
Sure.
Jeff, I have your items now, so you don't need to resend them to me.
Sure. I echoed Jeff's comment, Emily. I was confused about the setbacks at the business industrial. That was one of the big ones for me. All right, if there are no other board comments on the housekeeping items, we can shift Emily to the zoning amendment provisions.
Yes, and if I can, Mr. Chair, just sharing the table of the dimensional standards table that exists today in the BI column. So what we put in there is a graph that sits in another section of the ordinance. So we have to use this table for setbacks.
Okay, I understand.
So that just looked confusing, the way the documentation was laid out.
Okay. So it wasn't a proposal of 50 feet at one point, it was just sort of a typographical error.
We have flagged it as an error. I don't know where it came from, why there was an error there.
Okay, thank you.
If we're ready for the 230 zoning amendment.
Sure.
Won't go into this too much, but we did share this with City Council as we did the housekeeping ordinance amendments earlier this month. I do anticipate a number of revisions to this section, so again, we can certainly workshop this in our deeper dive in February, and the council will have, I believe, a workshop on it as well around February 12th. One of the major pieces of this is to add a new section so that we would codify a list of all of our contract zones throughout the city. I will say the same thing I said to council. We are researching this as planning staff, so if there are documents here or contract zones that you feel have been dissolved that we don't have correctly reflected, please just send us an email or give us a call and let us know. And again, if you could compile questions and comments and get them to us, then we can really target that workshop to the questions. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Emily. Board members, any questions for Emily right now on these? No. All right. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
All right, I would like to call to order the January 17th, 2024 City of Saco Planning Board meeting. My name is Matt Provenzel. I am the vice chair, acting chair this evening. With us this evening, we have members to my left, Joyce Leary Clark, Jeff Brucho, newly confirmed member, Rob Biggs, and to my right here, Jeff Grossman, and Matt DiCiani, along with Emily Cole Prescott and Lisa Harmon from City of Planning, and our City Council liaison, Phil Hatch. Our first item on the agenda this evening is the approval of the minutes from December 19th. Do board members have any questions or edits for staff?
I move to accept the December 19th minutes as presented.
Thank you, Joyce.
I'll second it.
Second by Jeff Grossman, thank you. Any other discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brucho?
I'll abstain, I was not present.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll abstain, I was not present.
I will vote yes. So 2 abstentions. And where are we at? 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses. All right, our next item of business this evening, we have election of chair and vice chair for the year, for this coming year here, 2024.
I move to elect Matt Provençal as chair.
Second.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Matt. Motion made and second to nominate myself. Any questions or comments, discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Aye.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brucho?
Yes.
Rob Biggs?
Yes.
Those in, I guess I can't vote for myself, can I, Emily? That's appropriate. Thank you. That leaves the chair, the vice chair, the office of vice
I move
vice chair.
to nominate Joyce Leary Clark as vice chair.
Second.
Thank you, Rob, for the motion and Matt for the second. Any discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Excuse me, Jeff Brucho?
Yes.
Rob Biggs?
Yes.
I would vote yes as well. Thank you, Joyce, for accepting.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just for clarity in the minutes, we'll list you as abstaining from the first vote and Joyce Leary Clark abstaining from her vote.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right, moving into application reviews for this evening. Our next item on the agenda is the continued review for an amended site plan review for after the fact to amend a previously approved plan with the relocation of a maintenance building and several campsites for Old Orchard Beach Campground, tax map 29, lot 7, in the highway business and medium-density residential zones. The applicant's authorized agent is Teradyne Consultants. Emily, do you have anything additional to add before we begin this item? And I guess I'd like to ask Jeff, Mr. Brucho, from what I understand, you've been able to catch up with the material.
Yeah, so I'll ask that the board makes a finding whether I should participate or not, along with the applicant. I have reviewed the entire December 19th public record video, and I've also gone through the December 19th packet in addition to this packet. So I'll leave it up to the board if they feel like I'm prepared to participate, as well as the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions, comments, or concerns with Mr. Brucho's participation this evening on this item?
I'm good.
I'm sure he's prepared.
All right, thank you. If we could ask the applicant if they don't have any objections to Mr. Brucho's participation.
No objection.
All right, thank you. Emily, would you like to give a brief update?
Just a very brief one, thank you. We have received the buffering plan from Teradyne, and that was a request from the board at the last meeting. So that's been included in the meeting packet. The other item that was requested was to invite the code enforcement director, and we have done that as well. So he is here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. If the applicant would like to give a brief presentation on the additional materials.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name's Michael Tadamo Wieland. I'm a civil engineer with Teradyne Consultants. I'm here on behalf of RBD Inc., who are the owners of Old Orchard Beach Campground. And before I begin and review the new materials that we've submitted, I have a letter from the owner that he asked me to read. He couldn't be here tonight, but I'll read it into the record now.
Yes, please.
So this is from John Daigle, the owner of Old Orchard Beach Campground. Good evening. First, I'd like to apologize for my absence. I'm working at an RV show out of the state this week. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to my neighbors and clarify things with the planning board. We started this project in 2018. Since then, we have seen many changes in city staffing and board members, including 4 different city planners, if you count Emily's 2 stints as city planner. We did meetings via Zoom during COVID-19. We had the planning board and public over for a site walk. We were finally approved in May of 2021. We spent the next year doing tree removal, clearing, and excavation for this project. After clearing the land, we reevaluated the area where the 9 sites in question are located. We felt the area was too beautiful to occupy with a maintenance building. On July 25th, 2022, my civil engineer, which is me, emailed Jason Garnham, the city planner at the time, to inform him of the change we wanted to make and ask what the process would entail to do so. Jason's exact words were, quote, "I think we review this as a minor site plan amendment. It will be reviewed at the staff level, no planning board. Our goal," end quote. Our goal at that point was to finish phase 1 by July 1st, 2023, nearly 11 months from that time. The project was extensive. It has 49 full-service RV sites, filtration ponds, a 30 by 50 gunite swimming pool, a 12-foot by 10-foot gunite spa, a 72 by 32 bathroom facility and laundry center, several parking areas, and a paved road system. We simply didn't have time to get to the 9 sites by July of 2023. Since then, since the 9 sites are detached from the main area, we decided to work on them after Labor Day and not to disrupt customers during peak season. It was in the late spring of 2023 that we began to discuss this area with Emily Prescott, who is the acting city planner at the time. She informed me that the city had changed the zoning. I was shocked and a bit confused as to why the city had not contacted me or let me know about the change until after the fact. I've been in contact with the city and its inspectors throughout the entire project, and no one from the city thought it might be in my interest to know about a zoning change that affected my business. I had originally worked with city staff to change the zoning in 2012 so that the campground would be compliant with the ordinance at that time. Now I still have this zoning issue to contend with. Emily's idea was to borrow sites from phase 2 and move them to phase 1. She needed approval from the city attorney to make sure it was feasible. After hearing back from the attorney, she said we were all set. The other focus from the city was to finish construction with phase 1. I wanted to begin some work in phase 2, but I was told that phase 1 needed to be completed first. The urgency was to finish before the letter of credit expired, which was the financial guarantee for the city, and was due to expire in November. The push was to finish the campsites and finish with phase 1. The sites were completed by early November with knowledge of the city and its inspectors. As Emily stated at the last meeting, she has the ability to call for a planning board meeting at any time. This is what she did, and it was after the work had been completed. By no means did I knowingly build the 9 sites without approval. After initially receiving Jason's email, discussing it numerous times with staff, having it go through engineering and the city attorney, and having the work inspected while we were building, we assumed this was a continuation of the phase 1 project that was just built and was approved at the staff level, like Jason had said. The Old Orchard Beach Campground was founded in 1958, 66 years ago. It has been in my family for 50 years. My brother and I have been operating, managing, and improving the campground since the mid-1980s. My brother and I also bought the Wagon Wheel Campground in Old Orchard Beach in 1989. We sold it in 2005. Between the two campgrounds, we've built over 600 modern RV campsites in the last 35 years, as well as pools, buildings, and various structures. We've worked well with both municipalities, Old Orchard Beach and Saco. We are a member of Good Sam. The Good Sam Club is an international organization of recreational vehicle owners and the largest organization of RV owners in the world. It focuses on making RVing safer, more enjoyable, and more economical for its members, primarily by way of its rating system. Good Sam rates the Old Orchard Beach Campground as a 10-10-10 park, which is a perfect score in its 3 categories. This doesn't happen unless the park is well-run, well-managed, and well-kept. There are only 4 parks rated in Maine as 10-10-10. Last summer, the finished area of Phase 1 was open for business, with the exception of these 9 campsites which were not completed. There was not one noise complaint or any call for police assistance. Some of my abutting neighbors might want to portray campgrounds as a place for late-night partying and antics, but I honestly don't have to tell you myself that we are different. The reviews of the park speak for us. I've proven to be a good neighbor to the Smalls at 47 Cumberland Ave by creating a land use agreement instead of using litigation so they could use a 35 by 100 area of the buffer on my property. It doubled the size of their backyard. Also, I've worked with North Shore Dwellings, another abutter, to get a right-of-way executed when number 47 Cumberland Ave was built in or around 2020. These are the 2 properties closest to the area where the 9 sites are located. My intention was to landscape the area, as we have other sites throughout the campground. We just didn't have the opportunity to landscape it, as it was just finished in November. It's in my best interest to make it look as natural and primitive as possible. My hope is that the planning board will listen to some of the solutions that my engineer and landscape architect have designed. I think the design is something that both sides can live with, and we can return to being good neighbors soon after. Thank you for your time, John Daigle. So now I'll just give a brief sort of overview. Again, I know one member.
Can I ask a question about that letter? So then, in summarizing, you're saying it's the city's fault that you built 9 campsites where they weren't permitted?
I'm going to let the letter speak for itself.
Well, that's
the letter's not-
basically what you're saying.
Again, it's not.
Well, that's what he was saying.
So,
Okay. Keep going, please.
Sure. If I can bring up, here we go. So here's a plan. I'm just going to give a quick overview of the project and then focus in on the buffer that was discussed at the last meeting. So this is an overall plan of the Old Orchard Beach Campground. It's about 105 acres in size, and the proposed amendment includes 9 campsites up in the northwest corner where a maintenance building was previously approved, and moving that maintenance building to the southwest corner of the site, adjacent to the railroad tracks that abut the site to the south. Here's a larger scale plan of Phase 1 showing the 9 sites up in the top left corner of the site. And Cumberland Ave runs across the top of the page. And you can see the abutting properties on Cumberland Ave that are proximate to these 9 campsites. We've worked with landscape architect Anthony Mensch to design what we believe is a pretty robust supplement to the existing buffer there. What's on the screen now is the planting plan. It's colored up. So I'm going to let Tony walk through the plan and the design that's submitted in the packets.
faced with a, oh, excuse me. This one? The arrow? Okay. Basically faced with the space between Cumberland Avenue and where the campground itself is. We have about 100 feet from the property line. That's the setback. Then from that setback in that area, what we're trying to do is create a really dense, permanent, successful buffer. What I tried to do was, number one, use native plants, which I've done, white spruce, balsam fir, and white pine. And by putting them in 2 rows like that as a buffer, you're creating, as a pine gets older, it thins out down below, whereas a spruce tree widens out at the base. And if you have those in line together, it makes a solid green wall. It sort of was brought to my attention by, of all things, a landscape contractor that saw it done and successful, not me. I think it's a great way to do this. What I've shown is, I guess the section, next arrow. Okay. This is a section, a colored section, all the way from Cumberland Avenue residences to halfway through the park. And there's sight lines on there, elevation sight lines from 5 feet above, say, the finished floor of the house on the far right, 5 foot above the finished floor. Sort of estimated, but quite accurate, because I used the topography off the survey. And as you can see, the trees that I have colored in are after like 10 years or 5 years. If they grow 1 to 3 foot per year, a spruce tree and a pine tree can grow up to 2 feet a year. So if you've got 10-foot pine trees and 8-foot spruce, the things get pretty big pretty fast and be really successful as a buffer. We also show on that, if you can see underneath the trees, you can see the added fill, which in this case we've added 2 feet to lift up the base of the trees when they be planted. It'd be good to note that the existing buffer, there's oak trees and some pine trees and a few dead trees in there with a complete open understory. It's pretty easy to see through that. And this would sort of lock down the view from any of the properties toward the campground itself. I did a sketch that sort of shows, this is like looking, you'd see a camper there, and this is the way they'd be laid out. Pine trees in the foreground on the downslope, and then behind it would be the spruce. Spruce can take a little bit of shade, so that works, and the scale of those would be about 15 feet. I should have put a person in the foreground on the right to make, because it looks like the trees are like 50 feet high. The people are pretty far back. I'm just trying to think if there's any other points I'd like to make. I think the fact that they're native is important. Pine tree they reach 100 feet, and the spruces can get 60 feet high. Of course, that's way down the road. But together, they continually fill in the open view from the residences. I think that's pretty much a summary of it. If there's any questions, board?
Board members, any immediate questions for Mr. Minch?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Jeff.
So I guess my question is, you said that we're kind of looking at a depiction of about a 10-year growth span after being planted. So what height and diameter are we talking about, breast height, when you're planning on putting these in at installation? How much?
They'd be, well, 10-foot evergreens are measured, a lot of them are measured by height, not caliper, so.
Yeah, so on the plan, the pines are specified as 10 feet high, and the spruce are 8 foot. So these are significant trees. We heard from the board that small trees that would take years to grow in would not be enough in this situation. So these are significant trees that'll be planted and will provide a significant buffer on day one. And then, as Tony mentioned, we'll just continue to fill out, to grow out and up over the year.
So
There's a line drawing of the pine tree and of the spruce tree, and the sight lines from the residences at elevation, eyesight elevation, goes level, and you can see the line goes over the top of a recreational vehicle that's like 11 to 12 feet high. So even as they're planted, it's going to have a pretty good effect. I just wanted to show you that within a year, if they go up 2 feet, it's going to completely block out everything.
So if I see that correctly, that your sight line is generated at, 5.5 feet of the existing grade of where the house should be. So
Right.
not looking at elevation for floors or the second story. I believe that somebody mentioned some of these houses have second stories.
Right.
So we have to adjust that obvious sight line for the angulation and elevation at the point of observation.
Right, I've got the elevation of, ground elevation at the front of the building, of a building there is 48 feet. There's like 5 steps going up to the finished floor, which is 50.5. Then I added 5 feet to typical eye elevation to that. So
Okay.
from the grade up, it's can't even see through my glasses anymore, 7.5 feet. So it's 7.5 feet above the existing grade is where a person would be looking out. And there is a fence there.
So my next question was, you had said that you were adding approximately 2 feet of soil material to create kind of a berm on top of what's there now. Is there any reason you did not go any more than that? I mean, obviously, we're looking at a two-dimensional cross-section here, and I didn't see the topography in there. Is there any drainage issues that would prevent you from making that berm larger?
I don't think there is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions from the board on landscaping at the moment? No? Thank you. Thank you. Mike, any other items that you want to bring up at this moment?
No, as we understood it after the last meeting, this was by far the biggest sticking point, we believe, and we feel with campsites in the proposed location in which they were built, they meet the dimensional standards of the ordinance. With this additional buffering, we believe they meet all the standards of buffering to adjacent properties. So I think that'll conclude our presentation. Thanks for listening, and we're happy to be here for questions.
Okay.
And I do understand that you'll be opening up for public comment as well, and we're happy to hear those
We
comments
will.
as well.
Great, thank you.
Got a quick question while he's still up there.
Sure, Rob.
I read a letter, I have not been out there because I didn't want to go snooping around the park at this point, but, and I think a site visit might be appropriate, but I was here for the earlier approvals, and I do recall there was a lot of discussion about fencing and buffering on the way out, that driveway. That has not been done?
It has.
It has been done, okay. I just read in the letter that it indicated it hadn't been done. Again, I didn't want to go out there and snoop around myself, so.
Yeah, that has been planted.
Okay.
Those are a much smaller, what was planted out there and what was on the approved buffering plan at the time is a smaller species or a smaller, example of plants. So they will fill in, but that work has been completed.
All right, thank you, Rob. Board members, we also have here this evening the code officer, Mr. Toomey, if the board would like to ask any questions or respond at all to any comments.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be helpful to hear from Mr. Toomey information about permits and inspections for these campsites.
Good evening. So the applicant would pull permits through my office, such as electrical, plumbing, or building, and we would inspect that work to make sure it was done to code. As far as doing the site work or those type of inspections, that's not the responsibility of the code office.
But there are electrical connections
Yes.
in these 9.
They took a permit for those, and we did those inspections to make sure the electrical work was done correctly.
Oh, okay.
But
So these were permitted
Yes.
installations of the electrical?
Yes.
So my question to you is, who is responsible for the landscaping? Do we go out and inspect it when it's done?
I'm not exactly sure who was assigned to this. A lot of times it comes out of Public Works, but I can't guarantee you that's who was assigned to do their work for the inspections.
Yeah.
Typically, for other site plans, they are, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, in the past, I've talked about another project that had a lack of planting, and I talked to Joe and the city engineer, and he said that he would know if a tree was dead or alive, but that was about it, and he wouldn't know if there was as many as were supposed to be put there or not put there, so it seems like there's, especially when there's a significant amount of landscaping, it seems like we don't, the city, and I'm not looking at you, but the city itself doesn't seem to have a mechanism. Emily, you're the inspector?
Mr. Chair, may I?
Sure.
I am not the inspector, but what happens is on projects that have more landscaping toward the end of the project, which is why it's so important for us to do like specific closeouts of projects, we send Regina Leonard, who has been here before in front of you, to go out and check the trees to make sure the land, or whatever was proposed for landscaping, to make sure it matches, and she actually gives me a report back telling me where things are. Now, if there's a very easily identifiable tree, or if it's something that Parks and Rec had required, then we will ask Parks and Rec to go out and review the trees, and that's mostly for subdivisions with public infrastructure, but on private sites, we usually ask Regina Leonard. And she gives me a final closeout report, and the applicant has to respond. In this case, the whole project is not closed out, so that's something I'd probably do at the final step, not in the interim. Also, too, on the screen is the permit list that we worked with, Shannon in my office worked with the Code Enforcement Department to provide what permits were pulled and what dates they were pulled.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, Jeff?
So I'm not sure to Dave or to Emily. So it says on February 4th, they pulled a electrical permit for 48 sites. Did that include the 9 sites that we're talking about here?
I believe you'll see another permit for those later on.
Right, I understand that. But that original permit, did that include the 9 that we're discussing now, or that's separate?
If you look at that permit, it was pulled a few years back, and the person who pulled it passed away, so then it was transferred to 2 other parties since then.
Okay,
So that's why it might not have been way back then.
okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Any additional board questions right now for Mr. Toomey? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So this evening, we still have a continued public hearing if the board feels they're prepared to continue that at this time.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to reopen the continued public hearing.
Thank you, Jeff.
Second?
Thank you, Joyce, for the second. Motion made and seconded to reopen the public hearing. Any discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Bruchel?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. The public hearing is open. Please, anyone, if you're here for this agenda item, please come to the podium and state your name for the record and give us your thoughts.
Hello. Sorry, I'm not sure if that's too loud. I'm Nicole Small from 47 Cumberland Avenue. I included a letter in your packet. I just would like to remind everybody to take a moment to look at the pictures that I provided. It is very deceiving from what is actually shown on the map. I did want to mention just a couple of things since it was brought up that we were given use of some property that we were maintaining for 30 years, mowing, taking care of that property until this project came up. And then it became something that John did say that he would allow us to continue mowing it and taking care of it until we sold our home. So it wasn't something that he just gave to us. We've been maintaining it for 30 years, that part of the property, because it was all woods. So that's number one. The site map, I guess I'm still very confused because what I see that's presented is at an angle. If you look at the pictures I have provided, it is a straight line against that fence. There is not an angle of those campsites, so it makes it look even more deceiving that it's a little further away from us. The other point is I brought up another picture that shows the difference between the 9 campsites and our house and the other house, our other neighbors' houses, and how it goes even wider in the woods to create a huge buffer. And it was mentioned in the letter that there's been no noise complaints or anything of that nature. We have always complained of the smoke, not the noise, because if you look at their map, there's never been campsites that close to us. So we have not had noise complaints because this is something we have not had to experience before or even think we were going to experience. So that's something I'd like you to take in consideration. The other point, at the last meeting, it was brought up that at the end of Cumberland Avenue, our neighbor that is in the condos, who is present tonight and also was present at the last meeting, the buffer that was put in is not there. It's not grown, and she provided pictures of that also. So I hope everybody can take a moment and listen to her too. So how can we trust that what we're being told tonight, especially what I'm hearing now even, that this has been something, I'm not even sure what to think now with the city. But I just feel like we were good neighbors. We participated in this project initially. We went through the process. We took the walks through the campground. We did everything to be a good neighbor. And again, looking out my bedroom window, I'm waiting for the building, and to see 9 sites now, it's just discouraging. I know that's not going to change anybody's opinion because, again, we're only a couple of neighbors, and you have a huge company here, apparently, that brings in more tax base. So, but I do appreciate you looking at the letters and taking the time, and I would ask that you not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chelsea Hill, 108 Bradley Street. I want to start by saying that I've read the packet tonight for this after-the-fact review of a substantial change to this development application. I do want to say I thought it was cool that this local business has created a mechanism to house its campground employees for, as we know that housing for low to medium income and seasonal workers is very hard to come by. However, I'm deeply troubled by what's represented in abutters statements. It seems like, as I review the packet, that this developer presented one plan to the city and went through the process with all of the parties, including abutters. And then it appears, unless I'm misunderstanding, the developer deviated substantially from their plan, putting instead of a maintenance building 9 RV lots, which will be used for long-term seasonal employee housing. Additionally, the information as it's presented by the developer in drawings and sketches is very different from what abutters show in actual photos from their backyards in real life. Additionally, we see that All of the paving and hookups for these unproposed RV lots are already in place. The work is substantially complete, which, as I understand, the developer or owner did not have permission to execute. I find it wildly improbable that a person who, as the owner wrote in the letter that he provided, has decades and decades of experience would make this type of change without a permit in hand that matches his site plans. At the micro level, this has got to be very frustrating for abutters, and I feel bad for them because it seems very contrary to the spirit and intent of the entire approval and review process. I also feel bad for the developer if he was, in fact, hoodwinked by a single email from a municipal official that he thought gave him permission to make this change. The abutters spent a bunch of time participating in good faith in a process with a developer that is also expected to participate in good faith. I'm unclear on why work was able to be completed without appropriate permitting to do so. And again, very much not understanding where email communication usurps a planning board's decision-making process. At the macro level, this entire situation sends a very bad message to each stakeholder, but primarily your largest stakeholder, the citizens that are served by this public body. We ask ourselves a lot, why don't more people participate in local government? So many people want to complain about how things are done but never come to meetings. They don't make inputs, and it's always the same people that show up and say the same things, people like me. But then you get people to participate and show up, and then things like this happen. I'm not trying to catastrophize, but it takes a lot of gumption for some people to involve themselves and a lot of work and courage to speak publicly with their needs. After an experience like this, I can imagine that those people will have written off civic engagement for the rest of their lives, and they'll be very quick to complain to everyone they know about what a waste of time it is to even try to speak up. It takes one negative experience like this for people to throw up their hands. Think of the damage that this is doing to the public relationships from a generational perspective in the city. There appears to be a massive gap in listening to the code enforcement officer, that he's able to permit any and all work that's requested of his office without validating that the work, regardless of its scale, has been formally authorized by the city. So I will be pulling permits tomorrow for the lighting around the helicopter pad that I'm going to build in my yard. What kind of message does this send to other developers that are currently doing business in the city or are considering it? Do whatever you want without the requisite permits, because you can just submit it after the fact, get it approved, because everyone will feel bad for you that you did all the work. It is the epitome of it's better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. It's the opposite of good governance and enforcement. It isn't fair to the people that follow the rules, and it sends a message to others that would do the same, that they can do whatever they want. I don't know what the right answer is here, because it appears from the outside that this change was done backwards because they know you're not going to make them rip it all up, and that's a real injustice. For this landowner, it demonstrates a lack of integrity and a lack of commitment to fairness and rule following, and then it calls into question the rest of the other commitments made, plain and simple. I hope that the planning board is able to creatively address this situation and stop it from happening in the future.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Gail Libby, and I'm at 73 Ocean Park Road in the condo complex off Ocean Park Road. And so I guess first off, I want to say that what I heard today, that it was actually a bold-faced lie, that there has been no planting on the exit road going out to, the new exit for the campground. I sent the board pictures. You should have those. I do not see anything except for my neighbor who put up a barrier in his backyard. And then there's another kind of one panel of fence that's towards the beginning, or towards the road, on the Ocean Park Road side of that. So again, I guess for me, this would bring into question if we have something that was required 2 years ago. So actually at the November 21st meeting, this was the requirement as far as putting up a buffer and a fence, a stockade fence, that hasn't been done as yet. It would lead me, it doesn't provide me, and I would have difficulty in having confidence that what the campground owner says he's going to do, that he's going to do. for the Cumberland Avenue folks as well as for our condo complex. Because again, it's been over 2 years and it hasn't been done as yet. And there are statements being made that, yes, it's been started, there's plantings, it's been done. That is not the case. I'm just, as the previous speaker, I'm just wondering where the accountability is as far as following the required processes and what the consequences, or follow-up will be by the board. I have some history because I've lived in my condo complex since 1995. I remember earlier expansion efforts by the campground, as well as when initially the road that, the exit road that we're talking about, that was initially identified as a emergency exit road. It would never be used, or it wouldn't be used. Maybe they may not have said never, but that was the plan, that it was just an emergency exit. There would be no regular traffic. I mean, that was I think it was probably over 10 years ago. However, that's changed. It just makes me think about that there's plans that are presented and then they change, that there doesn't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be communicating what actually the plan is, and again, that it seems as though it's misrepresented. It's different, especially with this current project, it's changed many times. So I would just ask the board, and I don't know certainly if the board can answer this, but I would wonder what is, I'd like to hear about the accountability when someone doesn't follow the process, and knowing that, as I think a gentleman mentioned at the last meeting, if a citizen, if a homeowner was to build something without a required permit, they would probably need to take it down. So, how is this different? And then I would ask the board, as well as I did in my letter, it's been 2 years since the planning board meeting, over 2 years actually, and what is a reasonable expectation for that buffer, the stockade fence that was required at that meeting as part of this project? So what would be considered a reasonable amount of time? Is there an answer for that? Is it unreasonable to expect by now that it would have been done before, or at least alongside of the paving, the lights being put up, the additional extension and projects that are happening there? I just wonder if somebody can give me an answer.
So typically, we don't go back and forth during public comment, but we can certainly discuss that issue.
That would be very much
Yeah.
appreciated. Thank you.
We will, yes, thank you.
Hello, Chris Blanchett, 49 Cumberland Ave. Hope you guys have had a good holiday season. Everything's going good. You're sticking to those New Year's resolutions. Like I said last time, I'm a general contractor, 25 years experience. I've got 2 historical buildings I'm working on in Saco. I've met with David, Donald, Jason. I've seen them all. I don't break the rules. My stairs are all under 7 3/4 inches. Every single tread. Every one of them is the same thing. 10 inches, 7 3. It's the way it is. I don't break those rules. That's the way it has to be in order to pass inspection. To, as you guys say, after the fact, do something and then expect somebody to change how they feel about it, and hopefully that this will pass, really, really gets to me, and I'm trying to not let it change how I build and do things every day. It's bothersome. Like I say, I do historical buildings, lead abatement. I'm licensed to do all that in 3 different towns. And it's just, I'm trying not to let that change how I do my business, but being here these 2 meetings is seeing that maybe there's going to be a berm put up that's going to have some trees on it, and that'll be enough. It makes me feel a little different. And to shed some light on that, the trees are just view blockage. I've had an RV for 7 years now. The second RV I've had, I'm a Good Sam member. I travel around and I do this, and I know that it's smoke, it's kids playing, it's noise. Those trees aren't going to block that. Today, I was standing in the kitchen washing my hands after work, and I could hear the excavator plowing that pad where the 9 sites are through my kitchen window. I could hear the beeper, which is fine. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But as you know, the ordinance says 11 o'clock, and people are going to be having fires, partying, having a good time until 11 o'clock at night. I mean, he even said in his letter, his best interest. He said it 3 different times in that letter, his best interest. Everything is in his best interest. The trees were fine. They're 8 feet tall. I'm 6'5". The trees are this tall. They're going to be an inch or 2 taller next year. That's not going to do a whole lot. What he says and what he does is 2 different things as far as I can see. I really don't have much more to say. Just, consider that these trees, this berm, is only a view blockage. It's not fire, it's not partying, it's not vehicles. A big Dodge diesel comes in and pulls his RV in there. It's only going to do so much, these trees. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'm Inga Brown, and I live at 161 Simpson Road. I have a frog in my throat tonight, so forgive me. I'd like to echo everything that the abutters have said and other Saco citizens have said here at the podium this evening. I'm going to go back to December 19th, and I believe Ms. Boutat, the chair of the board, had said at one point to the applicant that we are on a different journey with you based on these non-compliant aspects to the project, and so I'm hesitant that tonight a buffering plan has been submitted and the talk is about a buffering plan, and I find that's a very unsatisfactory olive branch. You've had abutters buy into this project, they've been part of the project, expected a maintenance shed, and these 9 campsites would not have passed the standard had they come before you in the proper way. I have some ordinance-related concerns. You found the application complete on December 19th, but based on the site plan review checklist, there is no list of abutters in the packet with address. I realize this is a approved site plan and this is an amendment, but I do believe that providing a list of abutters and their addresses is a very minimal low bar, and I believe that abutters should be represented in the packet in that list. In talking to some of the abutters, it seems that they might not have been notified correctly for the December 19th meeting. So that's an issue perhaps that maybe we can follow up on. I would also like to ask that were abutters also notified that the public hearing was continued to January 10th, excuse me. And so for a moment, if you can just put a hat on as an abutter, if you are notified of a public hearing because you are an abutter, and let's pretend for a moment that you can't attend that meeting for whatever reason, one would then assume that the meeting is over, and you would not know then that the public hearing had been continued to January 10th, and of course the meeting was postponed till this evening. So I would like to ask that if a public hearing is continued, I think it's very reasonable to re-notify abutters. As we've talked tonight, we want people at these meetings, you want feedback from abutters, and they should be notified if a public hearing has been continued. I'd like to draw your attention to the list of permits that were put together by Mr. Toomey and Ms. Chisholm. I'm not sure what the electrical permit is. It's on page 30 in tonight's packet. On January 9th, so last week, there were 9 permits were pulled for 9 each campsite private pedestal enclosures. Are those related to the 9 campsites? I do not know, so I would like that question to be addressed. If you could, please. I'd like to remind the board, I know you know this, with the chair's consent, the applicant can come up for further questions. And just to remind you that you can also call abutters back to the podium for specific questions and give them an opportunity to clarify or rebut statements that are made. I believe that when an applicant has an intentional, pre-planned, with knowledge change to their plan and they move ahead without permission, while you are not an enforcement arm, you are a quasi-judicial board and you can vote. And your vote signifies your confidence or non-confidence in a project. So your vote helps create the culture and climate in Saco, and a no vote holds people accountable. It's very difficult to do that when when a developer can move ahead and offer a small improvement to abutters that in no way address the loss of their enjoyment or the loss of their property and for their quiet and for the noise. I think that's really significant. I also have a question again. I think it was raised by someone else, but I don't understand the lack of communication between the codes office and the planning office. This has been an issue before. It's been documented. I don't understand how a permit can simply be requested, and I don't understand why the person requesting the permit doesn't have to provide a copy of their site plan approval or their conditions of approval. This isn't rocket science. There must be some sort of checks and balances that can be created. I believe that the city planner has talked about an improvement in the software. This also has happened with a contract zone project before where work was permitted and it was not approved. So I'm very concerned about that black hole, if you will, between the two departments. My last comment would be, you heard a very well-written, lengthy letter from the campground owner, but the idea that these 9 campsites are for employees, that was not at all discussed at the last meeting on December 19th. It was not even mentioned. Why the campground owner is not bringing that forward with more detail. Are these 3-season sites? What's the purpose? I find that also very vague and needing a lot of clarification. So thank you for your very careful review this evening and further questions, not only for the applicant, but also for abutters. I think there are a lot of questions, and I do hope that you will entertain the idea that these campgrounds or these campsites have been paved, and there's been some electric, but I think that the abutters would applaud a decision to reject this proposal this evening and require the maintenance building to be in the location where it had been approved. End of story, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any thoughts or questions for staff or the applicant, if we want to pause a moment from, unless we have other members of the audience that would like to speak? Please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. I'm sorry that I'm going to be discombobulated than my norm because I lost everything back there and I had to kind of redo my presentation. So it's going to jump around. I know you can stay with me. Thank you. Accountability and compliance. In my opinion, you must put responsibility where it belongs. The city needs to stop ignoring, circumventing, or allowing violations to continue to happen. Due process, as you know, is owed to two parties, the applicant and the abutters public. In the 2021 conditions for approval, it says number 2, shall conform to City of Saco standard ordinances. That's in all of them. Number 3, no deviations from the approved plans are permitted without prior approval from the planning board for major changes, from the city planner for minor changes. The determination of major and minor shall be made by the city planner. I agree, that's also in your 434. However, several months is a minor review. After the fact is a minor review. Having a pump station having to be put in, and you still have to vet that out, is a minor review. 6 months of the planning board not knowing from March until October, and then in November, you did not know anything about the campground. Is that a minor review? Shouldn't that have come back to you? Joe, Howard, I'm sorry, the city engineer, the waterworks, the planner, code enforcement, they've been in communications. I did visit today the code office. There were 2 very thick files that I read over the decades, and I looked at every single document. I do not know where there is a notice of violation for last year. This has happened many times under other applications. There's no violations. Why do we have enforcement? Why do we have a code enforcement compliance officer that the council put in 2.5 years ago? So the work was included of a connection to a sewer system without prior approval. This is where I'm jumping around, pardon me. In March 2023, the minor changes to the approved plans was relocation of the maintenance building and the addition of the several campsites. I did review the planning board 1219 video. I was not here. Its packet and tonight's packet. This board deemed this application complete. Where was the 1219 application for reversions and review? Packet states tonight prepared the attached revised plans to support the site plan amendment application. Did I miss a link or a page? For ordinance in the 6 months it's a repeat, sorry, but I don't deem this a minor site review. In my opinion, it's a replication of the church at Capella, the Tuttle, and many others, et cetera, minor staff review fiascos. Has any consultant with Old Orchard Beach been performed, as this parcel is in both towns? I spoke to a code officer today about this. It's a mess. City planning is, the city planning department is the authorized agent of this board upon which you may direct or motion to have staff bring forward department peer reviewers in attendance for this board's full disclosure concerns prior to making an informal decision. I am pleased that the code officer was here tonight. Sewer construction, as the former HPC chair under Dick Lambert as code officer, When we made a complaint, stop orders were done immediately, given to the violators. Codes were assessed and penalties given. Solutions were sought. The draft findings of fact number 2, 9 sites to accommodate employees, just revised. Where was that language last month? And they stated it was high-end campers, customers, not employees. Is this circumventing intent and sentiment towards a planning board approval? Planning board did not approve the changes to change the location of a maintenance building. A quote in one of the letters in the packet: "It is very frustrating to know that the owners of the campground and the city didn't update the residents that would be affected until after the fact. They assumed they would get approval so that they did the work." I did read the file. There were times that people in the know, professionals, this is what they do. They go before planning board, and they do not, they come and say, "Oh, we didn't know that." They know it. They know the process. They know the towns. They work here. The applicable standards, 179-503, design guidelines, original application lighting review. It's a new location, therefore a new discussion. G, landscaping buffers, a revised site plan, granted waiver with original approval. Waivers were asked by the chair if they need to be addressed last meeting. Yes, they do need to be addressed because you have another landscaper plan, so that waiver that was done in 2021 is no longer a waiver that can move forward, if you choose to move forward. Off-site impacts, the noise, the smells, the campfires, these abutters live there, they know this. I know this. The permit spreadsheets, page 30 of 30, tonight's packet. The top 3 pendings. There's no transparency. It doesn't say it's pending. It doesn't say it's not pending, but after the fact approval that they're seeking for those permits. I think after the fact needs to be there for you to have full disclosure. And then on page 230 of the 1219 packet, findings of facts on the approval with conditions. Number 18 says buffers, existing wooded buffers to remain. Section 7.4 regulates campgrounds with a requirement that, in quotes, all camping units or structures shall be located at least 200 feet from any resident not owned or used by campground owners. I think it's confusing to me. I think you should look at that. Page 230, number 18. 200 feet, not the 100 feet that is mentioned later in chapter 7.4A5. A4, which says no new campsites shall be created within 100 feet of the exterior lot lines of a campground. So please explain that 200 feet ordinance. That would be helpful. To close, there was an approval with conditions by a lot of you on the board. That needs to stand. The maintenance shed was vetted. It needs to go back to where that plan states. The other lots need to be removed or added into the maintenance shed space. We're not getting satisfaction from the staff level. We need satisfaction from the planning board to make this stop. It needs to be a no on this one. And I do appreciate what Mr. Daigle and the abutters are saying on this. I read the file. It's been upsetting to both parties. That's why we need you. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or thoughts at this time? We can maybe pause from public hearing. Jeff?
I have a couple of questions actually for Emily. So I guess we have a memo from Public Works dated January 4th, And in that memo, it says, "We're also aware that the sewer construction work completed in October of 2023 differs from the previously approved plans." Can you expand on that at all, or is there a significant issue there, or what?
We were not aware that the campsites were going to be connected with their own little pump station. And so they were connected to sewer. And since then, Water Resource Recovery has done a site visit, and at the last meeting in your packet was, in the after-the-fact packet, was their review of that pump station and what needed to happen to bring that pump station into compliance with their standards. And so that is dated December 18th. Compliance items from Compliance Manager Riley Cobb for Water Resource Recovery. And again, this is just for sewer, not compliance on the whole project, just for the sewer items. Private sewer maintenance agreement, link seals for all conduit, remote dialer alarm system. The pump station to serve a maximum of 10 campsites. An upgraded pump will be needed for future expansion. Flow meter installation and data submission, and standby generator required for pump station. So those are the items that needed to be followed up on. I don't know if each one has been followed up on at this point, but at that time, those were the items.
Okay.
And if there's any more detail that the board would like from staff's perspective, from planning at least, I'd be happy to provide it.
And one more question of Emily about the process here. So I assume we can either approve this, approve it as amended if we agree on amendments, or deny it. If we denied it, I guess I'm trying to understand the realistic consequential results of that.
I think we'd be in the position where one department has issued some permits, potentially. Again, we do not issue campsite permits individually. We do, like what Dave Toomey said, it's issued for a phase. So in the future, maybe it'd be better for the city to look at having a campsite permitting process where you come in for each individual campsite so the numbers match up.
So if we denied it, these campsites could still stay where they are?
I don't know the answer to that. I think you'd be in a situation again where you wouldn't have a site plan that's approved, but you may have some other permits from electrical standpoint that are approved. But I think our ordinance calls out that you need a site plan approval for building permits. So you would not, like the applicant would not be able to pull the building permit for the maintenance building, because that would require a full building permit. And Dave Toomey is here, so he can share any info too from his perspective. Any other questions, happy to answer.
Okay.
No.
Any other, Mr. Chair, if I could?
Sure,
I'd like to
Jeff.
direct a question to Mr. Toomey. So kind of following up on this permit list that was provided, the last permit date was January 9th of 2024, electrical permit stating 9 private campsite pedestal enclosures. So I'm assuming that at some point somebody realized, hey, these sites were put in and there was no electrical permit. So this was issued as an after-the-fact electrical permit. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So I'm not seeing anything else there that shows a permit for construction of a private pump station or a pump station to be turned over to the city. So there's no building permit, no plumbing permit, no electrical permit for the pump station structure?
That is just a manhole, it's not a building, so it wouldn't be a building permit, so it would be electrical, because it's electric, electric to it, you would know that.
Yes.
So I thought it was part of that permit, but I'm not positive, I haven't looked at it.
Okay.
Because I know Marcel went out and told them that, make sure that you get permits for everything.
Because this pump station, from what I could tell, was not on the original site plan in any fashion. It was basically designed and built without knowledge of the Water Resource Department that it was tied in. And typically, you guys would be inspecting a portion for the plumbing, and then they would be doing a tie-in inspection?
I don't believe that, it's not a building, so there's no internal plumbing. It's not a septic system, so it's part of site plumbing. It's not really plumbing like you would think of plumbing.
Okay.
It's like storm drain sewer lines that we don't permit for sewer lines.
But you generally kind of oversee slightly when you're on site doing inspections.
What's that?
You would generally kind of oversee when you're on site doing inspections, the trench portion of this?
No.
No, okay. So my final thing would be your office is the office that would handle, and I get it that you probably were not aware of the particular site plan approval for this site because each respective trade typically go in and you're inspecting those particular requirements of the said trade, not necessarily what it's going to and where it was placed on the lot. However, is not your department the one that would handle something if it was brought to your attention that there was an encroachment, a structure that was built onto somebody's home, and it did not meet the dimensional standards and the deck was too close to the property line? Once you were made aware and any attempts for a variance had failed, would it not be your department that would be the one that would require them to remove that, get a demolition permit and remove that?
Yes, we'd ask for voluntary compliance first, and if they couldn't get it, then it would have to be removed. This being after the fact, it was asked to go through this process to get it approved. If not, then it would be have to be removed.
That's correct. But so at this point, to Mr. Grossman's point, is that if this were not to be approved as a change, a site plan amendment, and you can go back to the owner and then say, now we are aware of this, what can you do for voluntary compliance or to get another plan to get approved? Or they would have to be removed and that burden would fall on your department, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Rob, you want?
Yeah, I just,
Can I interrupt real quick before, I guess, I just want to circle back for a second, just to make sure we're all on the same page, we're reviewing the application. I was listening to Mr. Brochu, kind of getting to his question there, but I just want to focus on the application before us, not figuring out. We're not here to determine what's the word I'm looking for, who went wrong or who missed what or whatnot. I want to focus on the approval. We can kind of get to questions a roundabout way. That's okay, I guess, but I just want to make sure we focus on the approval, not how come a permit got issued that maybe we don't feel should have been. That's all.
I mean, I guess my question, you don't really need to stay, you can sit down. It's not directly to you, but, so if we do a site plan for anything, we do a site plan for 15 houses off of Jenkins Road, somebody can't just say, oh, shit, we can, excuse me, sorry about my language, we can't just squeeze in a 60, let's throw another house in here, why not? We got a little extra room we didn't really notice when we looked at the site plan. There's no way that would fly. And so how can we approve a site plan? And I understand a permit comes in for 9 electrical pedestals. I'm not in a campground that's, massive, why Dave would even think, or his office would think, well, what are these for? Is this for that piece that was approved last year or 2 years ago? And so I'm just kind of confused how we go from a site plan that's approved to let's just do what we feel like we see when we're on site building this thing, and then we'll go back for approvals later. It doesn't fly at all. And I'm not blaming anybody, but I can't believe somebody that would actually, an owner of land would actually say, let's just build whatever we need, what seems fit for us, and then we'll deal with it later. And again, I'm not trying to go through process, and I know multi-phase large projects, there's going to be a ton of permits issued along the way that for electrical, plumbing, whatever it may be, but to alter the plans this significantly, and I know that I was there when we approved this one, and the idea was, well, it's a pretty low-use building next to these houses, they're going to go in and get equipment and things like that during the day, and mowers or whatever they're going to store there, and then to suddenly just go, well, let's throw 9 of these in and throw that that maintenance building down next to the train tracks because nobody wants to camp there. Again, I'm looking at, and we need to do a site visit because I'm hearing there is no planting and buffering, and I'm hearing, oh, it's already done on this driveway that we approved on the way out by the townhouses. Again, somebody's got to look at this, and we got to figure, I mean, was the work done appropriately to start with that we've approved 2 years ago? And then now we're looking to make some other significant changes. I don't know, just, it seems there's a big hole somewhere that it's not working for me.
Matt, can I ask one question really quickly, just because it relates to Dave Toomey? It looks to me like the electrical and building permits haven't been issued yet. The November 13th maintenance building permit, the foundation-only permit, and the January 9th electrical permit are all marked as pending.
That means they have not been issued, yes.
Right, okay, so we're
Yep.
doom scrolling a little bit here, I guess. They haven't actually been issued yet. They're in your office.
Because of the address, a lot of these permits went into the wrong file. The address is 27 Ocean Park Road, Old Orchard Beach. We have a 27 Old Orchard Beach, Ocean Park Road in Saco, which is a single-family home. So the subcontractors just put an address on, and it got a different map and lot. So we actually, finding this list, we had to go through all the files to make sure we had all the permits. So it's a little different than most because it's a different address from a different town with the same name road. So
But the permits haven't been issued.
yes, they are pending, so they have not been issued. Thank you.
Jeff?
I just wanted to clarify that my questioning was not for what we may have for recourse. I understand very clearly that our only option is to review the site plan amendment. But the members of the public brought up some very clear questions as to who do they look to depending how that result goes. And I think that we kind of owed it to them to get clarification that apparently codes and department will be taking care of that. And it also painted a little bit of a picture as far as the applicant and the applicant's representative that these 9 sites, even though they recognized back in the previous planner's day that they needed to call in for a site plan amendment, they never pulled any permits for any of these sites. What was the reasoning for that, whether it be electrical or plumbing? So I just wanted to kind of touch base. I'm not trying to think of doomsday. I just wanted everyone to be clear as to which way our decision regarding the site plan specifically goes, who would be following up. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity.
Mr. Chair.
I agree. I know we got there. Yes, Emily?
I would like to offer some feedback from planning staff when it's an option.
Okay, thank you. Let me briefly look at my notes here. I guess one comment where we've gone through the process, we've had the applicants touch base with staff, we've gone through some discussions, staff changes, that's all fine, but we've kind of circled back to, now it's before the board, it's to us to review, it's now a major amendment. So I think that's sort of the overall big picture. Go ahead, Emily, while I catch back up on my thoughts here.
So just to give my perspective, I know that the applicant has theirs, and there's all different perspectives the board is hearing tonight. But from my desk, I received notice in probably March-ish, around March 2023, that the applicant had talked with Jason Garnham about this as a staff amendment. And at the time, I will tell you, there's been other applications that have come before me where their previous people before me had said this was going to be minor, or, you know, this, we have something in writing. I don't know if that's the case here. I'd have to go back and verify that. So at the time, I said if it's an altering phase of development, that is something the city planner can approve, so we will review it, and please send us the application. So the application materials were submitted to our department in March 2023. A couple of things, we submitted them around to the different department reviewers, including Public Works. On April 4th, Public Works reviewed the site plan amendment application, which at the time was for 7 campsites without a separate sewer connection with this little pump that was ultimately put in. The code enforcement director and I met with the applicant around summertime, expressed the concerns we had about the zoning, and realizing that there were going to be plans for additional campsites, and that we could not be looking at additional campsites under how the zoning was currently worded, and the changes from the 2021 zoning amendment. I will tell you, in that 2021 zoning amendment, I can't speak to why the applicant feels like they didn't get notice, but a lot of us were there. There was a wide notice period provided. I think at one point, every address was notified in the city, so that there was a zoning amendment. It wasn't specific to what change was happening. So from summertime, we had asked for the applicant to amend the plans, and David Toomey can say if he remembers anything differently. So we asked for the applicant to amend the plans around summer and to resubmit them with the altered phases of development, not adding new campsites. So I did not hear from the applicant with the amended changes. So on August 3rd, 2023, I have an email reaching out to Mike, asking, our applicant's engineer, asking for a follow-up on those changes so we could review them. Reached out again in September 5th so we could review the changes from the meeting, and then followed up on the previous email on September 14th asking where the changes were. In October, we wound up having meetings with the applicant, asking some questions about Phase 1 development, how things are moving along. I had not personally been on site at the time, and I will tell you, in our summertime meeting with Dave Toomey, we said we don't really have a concern with what you're looking to do. We just need to review it through the process, the amendment process, so please provide us the plans. Then we had those meetings in October. Around that time, we found that we heard that the pump had been installed and the sewer work had been done not per the plan that we had seen back in March. And so we had several meetings to follow. I think we had 2 or 3 meetings to follow up, and really wanted to just give the applicant the information that they needed to close out Phase 1, and then also to make sure that our letter of credit did not expire, because we were coming up to the expiration date on the letter of credit for Phase 1. So we had follow-up with the applicant on that. At the time, it was noted to us that the campsites, that they were finishing 9 sites. I assumed those 9 sites were part of the Phase 1 approval, but apparently the 9 sites were the sites that we had seen as 7 sites on an earlier draft plan. And so on November 17th, after 2 meetings with the applicant and multiple emails to follow up, we did receive the site plan amendment application, as well as as-built plans. So the other thing we were asking for was we need to get as-built plans of Phase 1, and then the pump station conversation started to get in the mix around the October timeline. Public Works has also followed up too, because we can certainly have a conversation another day about post-approval compliance, how that works, what the department needs going forward, and follow up on compliance division conversation from earlier in the year. The Code Enforcement Department, the Public Works Department did look back on their records, and they had seen that a lot of activity had stopped on the site, and so they were not on site. There was a gap of time when they were not on site, and then they went back out on site and saw that there was the sewer manhole installed for the pump. So that's just my perspective of planning. I don't know if David Toomey has any other recollection that he wants to add from the events that we sat in on with the applicant. We want to be supportive, of course, of the planning board, of the abutters, and of the applicant bringing information forward, and we tried our best to let the applicant know what we needed, and I think we followed up. Now, I think in hindsight, maybe we could have followed up every week, I don't know, but we did do our follow-up on our end. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Can I just follow up with Emily? So after you expressed concerns about the campsites in the summer, these were built after that?
We had made the statement of, we don't really have any concerns with what you're looking to do. Again, I did not sit in on the original, I did not know about the maintenance building, the concerns from the abutters at the time, because I did not sit in on those reviews in 2020 and 2021. But we did state, we don't have any real concerns with what you're looking to do. You just need to submit the amendment to us and show us how this is all going to work. And we never received that follow-up paperwork after that summertime
Until
discussion.
after they were built?
Yeah, we received the paperwork on November 17th.
Okay, thanks.
Emily, in the conditions of approval from November of '21, I'm trying to pull that up quickly here, but do you know of any time to complete that we had included in any of those conditions? I know that was one of the questions from one of the residents.
That's a good question. I could certainly follow up, but we try to do, if there's something in phase one on the plan, we try to get it closed out in phase one, or closed out in phase two, whatever phase it sits in, or we ask the applicant to either alter the phase or document it as a field condition.
Sure. So I guess expanding on that, with any planting and then you started to mention it earlier about permits for campsites, and maybe Mr. Teamley can elaborate on that as well. How does, we have X number of campsites, we have a site plan approval. If work isn't complete per the site plan approval, how does that, given the nature of this use, how does that get affected down the road? So typically in some of our other projects that we review, right, we could have X amount of buildings to go in, and if the site plan is not complete and hasn't met the conditions of approval, we can't issue building permits or occupancy permits. Is there any such condition on a project like this as far as campgrounds go?
We would hold the building permits. What I was saying about campsite permits is a lot of applications that we have, we really rely on the building permit as far as our administrative processes. So if the code office knows something doesn't comply, then the process is written out in the software to make it easier to hold building permits than to hold electrical permits, plumbing permits, or anything. And I say hold, not issue, or leave them pending.
Sure. So the landowner, the developer here, they don't come to the city to get a new campsite permit every year, do they?
They don't come to
For
get an
this
individual campsite permit, and my point of bringing that up was they're not coming in and saying, okay, I need campsite number 1 approved, campsite number 2, campsite number 3. We just issued them in phases for different types of permits. But Dave Toomey can elaborate if you need from code enforcement.
Sure, and I think maybe some of the board members are asking or wondering, and some of the residents as well, how the process moves forward with existing work complete, pending review, timeframe, additional work that may need to be completed, may not be, speculation right this moment, but I think that's just sort of my question, and I think maybe Jeff were you sort of alluding to that as well, and maybe Mr. Grossman, can just the process of it moving forward, if the board does not vote favorably, the building permit cannot be issued for the maintenance building, but how does that affect the current status of the relocated sites, I guess is sort of the question. Is that,
I believe they would then go into an enforcement situation that'd have to be removed.
Yeah, I think Dave clarified what would happen. They'd ask for voluntary removal and then go from there.
okay. Rob, you mentioned another site walk.
Yeah, I mean.
I know we,
Like I say, we're sitting here with two different opinions as to whether there was buffering and fencing put in that was along that long driveway that exits out of the property that was approved 2 years ago. And then, again, I just can't understand how we can go from a maintenance structure to 9 campsites without having it come, I don't know, if somebody, I guess if there, we said 7 campsites and they said, hey, we can squeeze in 9, and they go to Emily and say, can we put 2 more in? She looks and says, yeah, if they fit, that's fine. Totally get that. But to take an intended use of a maintenance facility that would be relatively low use and daytime only to, let's throw in 9 campsites and move that maintenance facility elsewhere, I kind of think that, I don't know, is that something by definition, Emily, that would stay in your office and be approved at that level?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
sure.
So there is an altering phases of development options. There is an option that the city planner can sign off on that.
Yep.
The process, I think there's been a lot of questions tonight about process. Again, if we need to do a workshop about that in another meeting, I'm totally happy to do that. The process for a minor amendment would be that the neighborhood would get notified, they would get re-notified that we are reviewing this. They would have 14, usually 14 days, a lot of times it's a lot longer, to contact our office, let us know if they have any questions or concerns. We would work with the applicant and try to get those questions and concerns addressed if there was a way to do that. And then we also have the plans up on the projects under review tab on the webpage, just like we have when they go to planning board. So really the only difference is they're not in front of the planning board under a public hearing, but they're still provided the opportunity to give public comment, and there's notice that goes out. In this case, we were waiting on amended plans to review this, so the notice did not follow the normal like minor site plan process because we didn't have everything we needed to continue the review.
And then you got those plans in September, you said?
We got the plans, the amended plans, November 17th.
All right. But these are already built by then?
Yes. And like I said, in October, it came to light that some stuff had been being done on the site. I didn't realize that the finishing 9 campsites was 7 that we had seen on a site plan, so.
Thank you. So, Rob, your thought or concern is similar to what we had back in November 21, is looking specifically at that area. I know we walked that area pretty specifically. That is the portion under review, I guess, to be specific. There has been discussion about the plantings along that road. Emily stated that we would get a final review from the landscape architect with the city, so whether that's in now or not, we'll get a final review determination report. But I guess back to that's sort of the big picture, that specific area.
Right, but so having not been there to look at it with my own eyes, I don't know if it's there or not there. I've heard 2 different opinions.
Along the road.
And along the roadway that has nothing to do with these 9 sites, but this roadway leaving the property.
Sure.
To be a secondary exit. I know initially it was years and years ago, it was an emergency only, and then it was secondary exit for the people in the far end of this campsite, although most would go out the main gate. We heard that conversation then. So, and the question was raised, how long would we expect it to wait before these plantings were put in? And my comment is, we've had enough time to build 9 new campsites. Can we not put a fence up and some buffering? In 2 years, really? I don't know. It just seems kind of like we've passed 2 growing seasons with the opportunity to help this buffering to grow and to improve.
I understand your question and concern. Okay. Jeff Brochu?
So, Mr. Chair, I thought of moving this along. I was thinking of, making a motion to close the public hearing. But that would start our time frame. And looking at the site plans, it seems pretty clear to me that the board at the time was pretty diligent in their site walk. And this was the only area that had any close proximity to abutting properties. And it made logical sense that the engaged neighbors were involved, and they recognized, okay, it's going to be developed, it's out of our control, but we're getting what they apparently viewed as, and I would probably view as a minimal impact. They're getting a storage structure that will abut them, that would typically not be used the whole time the campsite is open. It'd be more on the shoulder seasons during construction and maintenance, and during more normal business hours, which would provide some buffering because it's a static building. And the issues of the buffering and the build-out of the exit driveway, I understand is a concern, but I feel like it's a little bit of a distraction to us because that will be resolved as the planning department does their peer review and before they release the financial guarantee. So that's kind of a separate issue. I would like to know if there are multiple members of the board that feel like they need to do an additional site walk to evaluate the buffering for this site plan amendment that's before us. Or if they have enough information that's been provided with the pictures and elevations that were provided today. Because I think we could start our process of findings and review on the standards if everyone feels like they have enough data in front of them. And I just don't want to close the public hearing prematurely because that'll start our 30-day clock to do a site walk. So if you could maybe poll the board members and find out if they feel like a site walk is warranted or if we're ready to kind of start making some decisions and findings with the information we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Joyce, did you have a thought?
Only in terms of the site walk, I was distracted a bit because I know Jeff wanted to talk.
No,
but,
I'm sorry.
But I'll talk because you asked me to. Yeah, no, I don't think we need to do another site walk because putting it bluntly, it's not my job. The buffering, the fencing, that's part of the plan. It has to be done to release the financial guarantee. As you said, that's going to get done. It would be nice if it already had been done, but that's not, to me, not germane to this application, except in terms of general good behavior and compliance. But I don't need to go look to see whether or not plantings have been put in. It sounds like there's no question that there certainly hasn't been a fence put in along that road. But I'm fine with closing the public hearing and starting deliberations.
Okay, thank you. Jeff?
I just wanted to follow up with Emily. The site plan process that you described, was that the same process that was in effect when Jason was here?
I believe that we are really holding to the noticing people, so now we used to notice years ago and we give 7 days, now we notice and we give 14 days to comment and review the application before I'll issue the approval. And then we are reporting those out. That's part of the planning department updates to make it as transparent as possible. So that process is really focused on notification, making sure the standards are met, and then reporting out in case there is an appeal brought forward. And the appeals for that type of review go to the planning board.
Okay, so even when Jason was here, you had to receive a written approval from him for a minor site plan amendment,
You were supposed to receive a written approval, yes.
which they didn't.
I don't have any record of receiving a written approval for this.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And I don't see any need to have a site plan review, a site walk for this project. I think-
Sorry, say that again. I was just about to ask.
I don't think there is a need to have a site walk for
Another
this
site.
at this point. I mean, at the very simplest level, there's two concerns, right? It was built prior to approval, and also there was a sewer situation that was done prior to, the plans were different from what was originally described. So that's two red flags to me.
Sure. Jeff, do you feel the need for a site walk?
I'm not against a site walk, but I don't have a need for it. I mean, I think what Joyce said is correct, that's not really in our purview. That's, the city's departments to follow up and deal with enforcement, not us.
Understood. Joyce, you gave us your thoughts. Jeff Brochu, thoughts on a site walk?
I feel like the information that we need with our purview of just this site plan amendment, that there has been enough data provided by the applicant and by the neighboring citizens to make our findings with the information we have, so no site walk.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Rob, you still feel about a site walk? Okay. Okay, so the board feels that we don't need a site walk. I'm in agreement. I think we have enough information presented to us, documents. Board has been there. Does any board members have any additional comments or questions for the applicant? No?
I'd like to move to close the public hearing.
I would second that.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. Motion to close a public hearing made and seconded. Additional discussion by board members? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Yes, as well for myself. Motion to close a public hearing has been accepted. Additional discussion by the board. Thoughts that we haven't covered at this time? Overall, big picture here, it's after the fact or not, aside for a moment here, it's, for me, reviewing the additional campsite locations here or a maintenance building. So campsites with electrical hookups with significant buffering versus the currently approved plan of a maintenance building with significantly less buffering. So I think that's sort of overall big picture for a moment here. Thoughts?
I think I'm ready to kind of, maybe we should work our way down through the approval criteria, make motions, and we'll find our findings on each item, and then we can do a conclusion at the end.
I'm fine with that if we,
I didn't hear what you said, Jeff, your mic
Jeff is
wasn't on.
I
requesting
just wondered if we could
5-minute
take a
recess.
5-minute break before we start going through that whole process.
5-minute restroom recess? Okay. 5-minute intermission. All right, thank you. 7:43, and we'll resume here. So we left it with board discussion and begin deliberation. So I would recommend that we go through the findings of fact. We can go through each item one by one. We can have discussion. We can vote if the board is ready. However, what's the board's will and pleasure here?
Mr. Chair, I mean, I think some of them we could, I'm not a huge fan, but where it's a site plan amendment, we might be able to group some of them together. So I guess I would move the site plan amendment dated May 2nd, 2023 by RBD Inc. of 27 Ocean Park Road meets the Article 4 dimensional standards for the Highway Business District and Medium Density Residential District.
Thank you, Jeff.
Right, I'd second that. And just FYI, that's the bottom of page 5 that talks about the dimensional standards.
Correct. Motion made by Mr. Brochu and seconded by Joyce to approve the draft finding of facts for the dimensional standards for the Highway Business District. Additional discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes to adopt the draft findings of fact for dimensional standards. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that the site plan amendment application satisfies the performance standards, Article 230-705A of campground design.
Thank you, Jeff.
Second.
Thank you, Joyce, for the second. Motion made and seconded to adopt the performance standard 730-705A for campground design. Any additional discussion by board members? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
I'm going to abstain.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I would vote yes as well. 5-1 in favor with 1 abstention.
I'm wondering if we should go back and adopt the first few findings of fact, just as a sort of catch-all, the fact that the applicant is RBD Inc. I think we can adopt, I would move to adopt draft findings of fact 1 through 8.
Thank you, Joyce.
Mr. Chair, I will second that.
Thank you for the second, Jeff. Motion made and seconded to adopt draft findings of fact, items 1 through 8, as presented with no amendments. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. 6-0 in favor of adopting draft findings of fact 1 through 8. So continuing, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may, keep in mind, I'm keeping this in the positive. I move that the site plan amendment application satisfies the standard 230-705B of park operations as drafted in the draft findings of facts.
Thank you, Jeff, for the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Joyce, for the second. Motion made and seconded to adopt the draft findings of fact, Park Operations, Chapter, Section 230-705B. Any additional discussion? Yes, Jeff?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to point out that, I made the motion in a positive format, but it is very clear the proposed relocation of the maintenance building will change the park operations identified in the standards. So just as the board members vote on that, I just kept it in the positive, even though I would not be in favor of it. Thank you.
Understood, thank you. Any additional discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. The relocation of the maintenance building to its location, I don't have as much of an impact, of an issue with that at all. It's the relocation of 9 campsites to the location of the maintenance building that definitely affects the operations.
Thank you, Joyce. Any additional thoughts? Those in favor for the motion made by Jeff, seconded by Joyce, to adopt Park Operations, Chapter 730-705B. Matt?
No.
Jeff Grossman?
No.
Joyce?
No.
Jeff Brochu?
No.
No.
Rob, no. I would say yes. 5-1 against. That motion fails. Continuing down.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I move that the site plan amendment application satisfies Article 230-705C. The permitted accessory uses are primarily for the use of the registered occupants of the campground, and that the maintenance building is a permitted accessory use, which covers administrative and maintenance facilities.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Do you think it may be helpful to have the standard of the ordinance up? I just want to make sure the board sees it when they're making these determinations.
Yes, that would be fine, yes.
So this one is the park operations.
This is section 230-705B.
Yep, this is B, and then I can scroll whenever we're ready. This is also in the city code online.
Yes, thank you. So that one, Emily, we tackled with a 5-1 vote in the negative.
Yes, that's what I have here.
Okay. So we have a motion right now from Jeff to adopt Chapter 230-705C. As drafted. And And Emily has that section up on the screen if board members want to refresh their notes on that section. So, motion made,
Mr.
no
Chair, I'd
second.
like to withdraw my motion.
Okay. Motion withdrawn, thank you, Jeff.
Kind of wondering with clarity, it's a little tough without having both screens between the articles and the application. Can we revisit the previous? I'd like to, I don't know how to revisit the previous vote. I think that Ms. Cole Prescott brought up a good point of having this up before us for the standard, because the summary the comment that's listed is a little bit misleading in the voting application, I think. And I would vote differently on the previous motion that I made.
So what you can do is you could withdraw, and then I think Joyce seconded, so Joyce would have to also withdraw her second.
That's on the pending motion, the finding that the application meets under the performance standards for permitted accessory uses. That's where we are now, right?
Are we talking about B or C?
So on C, I didn't have that motion was seconded.
Okay.
And then
I
Jeff,
thought I had seconded it, so now you're withdrawing the motion on C and revisiting.
so I had, yes, I have C withdrawn entirely.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, is it possible to withdraw my motion on 230 to 705B, park operations? If Joyce will.
Withdraw my second.
I believe you have to
Except we already had a
reconsider the
vote.
motion since it was
Yeah.
approved.
Yes, Emily, is that the correct terminology? I believe Jeff is correct that,
I'm open if you want to formally reconsider the motion. Right now, you're kind of going through each one. I would say a formal reconsideration would happen if we are done and you do that global motion, because right now you're just kind of going through each step. If you feel more comfortable doing a motion to reconsider, then sure, motion to reconsider is fine.
I think that's appropriate, and I think Jeff, he made the first motion, so I think that's appropriate.
I would move to reconsider our motion on draft finding on Article 230, 705B for park operations.
Thank you, Jeff.
Right, and I'll second that.
Thank you, Joyce. Motion to reconsider section 230-705B. Any discussion?
So what's the purpose of the reconsideration?
Well, it looks like, I mean, reading the actual standards for campgrounds, I think this property does meet the standards for the definition of a campground and the normal use and operation and maintenance of a campground. So I think reading those, it does meet this standard.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Jeff?
It does, yeah.
Any additional comments or questions? All right, motion to reconsider section 230-705B. Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
No.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
No by Rob. I would vote yes. The motion passes 4-2 to reconsider section 230-705B. Emily, so the motion's been reconsidered. Does a new motion need to be created?
Yeah, I would do
Different.
a new motion, if that's what your goal is, yep.
Different than the original motion?
you've reconsidering it, so it can be the same motion.
Okay. That's what I wanted clarity on. Can it be the same motion? Okay.
I guess I thought that's what we were just voting on, was reconsidering and determining whether it met the standards of 230-705B.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think
Sure.
what we have right now is a reconsideration motion, and then now the next thing is for you all to make a motion determining how you want us to write up your finding for 705B now that you've all agreed to reconsider it.
Yes. I just wanted to ensure that it didn't have to be a different motion than previously brought before the board.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the draft finding of fact 230-705B for park operations as drafted.
Thank you, Jeff.
Second.
Thank you, Joyce, for the second. So motion made and second to adopt the draft findings of fact for section 230-705B as presented. Additional discussion?
Yeah, so what we're saying there is that under our standards, this building, maintenance building, will not change park operations, not necessarily fit within our original approvals, et cetera, so on and so forth, correct? So you're saying that under the standards that Saco has for park operations, this building wouldn't, will not change park operations?
No, I'm just reading, we're based on our criteria of B, park operations.
Yep.
The park shall be open only between the April 15th and October 31st, and from November 1st to April 14th, all of the utilities should be shut off. Normal maintenance of open spaces. I feel like this site plan amendment will satisfy all of those as they are drafted.
Jeff?
I guess following up on Rob, so if we vote yes to the new motion, we're saying that the relocation of this maintenance building will not change park operations?
I don't think that's what's being, it's just stating that it's a campground and it fits within this criteria. I think that's all we're doing.
But this section specifically states that the relocation of the maintenance building will not change park operations identified in this standard. And I assume the standard takes into consideration the site plan that was approved.
Well, I would just touch on that. That's how I read it at first, but you have to realize, or I'm interpreting that that's a comment that was drafted by staff. And when Ms. Cole Prescott put up the actual standard on the board that we're looking at, that's why I wanted to reconsider, just to have an accurate capture, because the operation of the campground will indeed meet all of these criteria, in my opinion, regardless of where that maintenance building is relocated to.
The comments and the findings of facts here can be modified however the board sees fit as well. If the board's not comfortable with the comment in here, it could be stricken, it could be modified. I understand your question, Jeff. With this comment, it alludes to a commitment of saying that if you vote in favor of this section, you're voting in favor of relocating the maintenance building and relocating the campsites. That's your concern.
Exactly.
I would respectfully think that if we look at our continuing standards, there are other areas where those points will be more valid. Compatibility with the neighboring buildings, some of the lighting features, landscape and buffering, on-site landscaping, off-site impacts. there's going to be several instances where I think concerns for where this building is being relocated would be more appropriately voted upon if you have concerns. But for our criteria that's in the standard, I think we just need to go and identify it at face value. And I don't think the location of the building for this particular standard makes a difference.
But the criteria talks about open space, roads, and utilities, and clearly, moving this building will affect those items.
I read that that's talking about the normal maintenance of the open space, roads, and utilities in the campground shall be the responsibility of the campground's management, regardless of where that building comes from. I mean,
Right, and now there's going to be different open space. So it does affect it in my mind. It's just my interpretation.
Thank you, Jeff. So motion made and seconded on the table to adopt section 230-705B, park operations, as presented in the draft findings of fact. Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
No.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-1 to adopt section 230-705B as presented in the draft findings of fact. Continuing on, Emily here has brought up section 230-705C.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I move that the site plan amendment satisfies section 230-705C for permitted accessory uses are primarily for the use of the registered occupants of the campground.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff Brochu.
I'll second.
Thank you for the second, Joyce. Motion made and seconded to adopt section 230-705C as presented. Any additional discussion or comments?
I think only that C1 specifically mentions administrative and maintenance facilities.
Thank you, Joyce. Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to adopt section 230-705C as presented in the draft findings of fact.
Mr. Chair, I'd like move to find that the proposal meets the standards of section 230-705D prohibited uses with a modification to the proposed findings of fact that trailers, recreational vehicles, or mobile homes over 400 square feet shall not be allowed to occupy any of the campsites on the property, rather than any of the 9 relocated campsites.
Mr. Chair, I would second that motion.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and second, Jeff. So the motion is to adopt section 230-705D, prohibited uses, with the modification of the included draft comments that trailers, recreational vehicles, and mobile homes over 400 square feet shall not be allowed to occupy, Joyce, correct me if I'm wrong, any campsite?
Any of the campsites on the property,
Any of the campsites on the property.
which is consistent with the the regulations. We're not limiting, we're not reducing the allowed size of campsites anywhere or vehicles anywhere. But I don't want to use this language talking about any of the 9 relocated campsites, because I think that's presuming that there are going to be 9 relocated campsites.
Any additional discussion? No. Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to adopt Section 230-705D as amended.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the site plan amendment satisfies Section 230-705E for shoreland areas, as the proposed location for the maintenance building and yard is not within a shoreland area.
Second.
Thank you, Jeff, for the motion. Thank you, Rob, for the second. Any additional discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to adopt Section 230-705E shoreland areas. Emily, are you satisfied with those motions for those sections? Do you feel
Yes,
it's
thank you.
unnecessary to provide a motion to adopt the performance standards as a whole? You agree?
No, what you have is fine.
Okay, thank you. So continuing on, we additionally have,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
yes,
I move to find that the site plan amendment as proposed satisfies Section 179-503 with regards to other laws, that the proposed development satisfies the requirements set forth in this chapter and other local ordinances and applicable federal and state laws.
Second.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Rob. Any additional discussion by the board? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. That was,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
I move that the site plan amendment satisfies Section 179-503, 5.03, Section C, compatibility with neighboring buildings, that the bulk, location, and height of the proposed structures are compatible with the neighboring, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Compatibility with neighboring buildings, that the bulk, location, and height of the proposed structures and campsites are compatible with the neighboring properties.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'll second that.
A second by Joyce. So a motion made and seconded to adopt Section 179-5.03C, compatibility with neighboring buildings.
I would just point out, I don't consider the campsites as structures. I think this section would only be talking about the maintenance building, because that's the only structure.
Emily, can we pull that section of the standard up onto the screen, please?
Are you talking about this one here that I pulled up? Compatibility with neighboring buildings?
Yes.
I believe the header is missing on the memo. It should say 6.01 on that section.
So the motion made by Jeff, second by Joyce, omits language about the maintenance building's relocation. Correct, Jeff?
I was trying to encompass the fact that in this unique situation, we're talking about the campsites. So I'm kind of thinking, I'm glad Joyce caught that. I was trying to add that in about the compatibility of the campsites, because we don't necessarily have language for that. I just don't know what type of situation that puts us in if we're voting on a criteria that's not really listed in the ordinance.
And I'm just reading it to say, well, it's talking about bulk location and height of proposed structures, so I'm only considering the maintenance building because that's the only structure.
Well, at the same time, you're talking about a maintenance building that we're not even reviewing. The maintenance building is being moved, or has been already moved. We're reviewing 9 campsites. Nothing to do with the maintenance building.
Well, we're reviewing a request for amendment of this site plan, which includes putting these 9 campsites in one location and moving the maintenance building to another location. We haven't talked much about the relocation of the maintenance building because
That's not
I don't
part
think
of what we're
anybody,
reviewing.
I don't think anybody cares much where the maintenance building is, but that's part of their proposal. That's part of the proposed amendment is moving the maintenance building down near the train tracks. It just hasn't been
Right, but
focused
then
on.
you're voting on the fact that the bulk height of a proposed structure is compatible. But we're not going to tell you what it's going to look like, but we'll do it, don't worry.
Isn't it concerning that it says previously the review did not include elevations of the maintenance building? It states it right there on C. That's concern. That's another, like, to me, that's a red flag.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
There were some waivers issued by the previous planning board that we called out in a previous memo, so I believe that's why elevation plans were not included at the time of that review. I do have the definition of structure up, and if that would be helpful. And we are also reviewing this for the maintenance building location change.
So the waivers, when we reviewed it last time, the waivers, I'm assuming, may have been that it would be reviewed by the planning department for appropriateness, correct? In other words, the building's not designed yet, but when we do, we'll come before Emily and she'll approve or disapprove according to size.
I would have to go back and
But,
reread
yeah.
stuff, Rob. Maybe that was the board's intention, I don't know.
Okay.
But, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
but those waivers were approved based on the plan that was before us. And now it's a different plan. So what we gave waivers for is not the plan now.
I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying that there were waivers issued before, so that was one of the reasons why there were not elevation plans before. Not saying whether or not that's positive or negative now.
Can I also ask, did I miss 5.03B? Is there a reason we're not going in order?
I apologize for the confusion. The previous motion was for 503B.
Okay.
That was your understanding, Emily?
So I'm under the understanding that we are on 179. That unfortunately should say 6.01, but it's 179-6.01C. Is my understanding for compatibility with neighborhood buildings. neighboring buildings.
And the previous motion was for section B above.
The previous motion, I believe, was for, yes, for this one about other laws.
Yes.
So,
Moving, did that answer your question, Jeff?
Yep.
So I'm looking at in our packet, building plans for the maintenance building. So Emily clarified that it was a waiver, but as part of this package here, we have that information. Correct?
Mr. Chair, if I may, yes, we collected that information from the building permit record and added it to this for the board. Again, no building permit's been issued. It was just what was submitted to the code office.
So the waiver, as part of the original approval and review, was waived. Since that time, the applicant has provided the building elevations and plans. And we have that, so we can review that. So, I guess I understand the intent. I guess I question it might start to complicate it a little bit. I think we should, keeping it simply as reviewing specifically the structure seems most clear. There are many criteria that still need to be met.
there's, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Sure.
I'm thinking, this is obviously, we're looking at the title is compatibility with neighboring buildings. And we're looking at use. And I know that we tend to get caught up on the further down, that the bulk, the location, or the height of the proposed structures are compatible. Now, whether we use this or good neighboring standards, typically, structures can be as small as a satellite dish, mailbox. In this case, it's a pedestal. And if we go back to the definition that talks about insubordinate uses or minor uses, the fact that an RV is plugged into the RV pedestal, that's the structure that just appears. I mean, I don't know. We just have to be careful that this is in design standards, and I'm pretty sure there's a parallel article in good neighbor standards about use of. So if we're going to focus just on the building, then yes, we should kind of focus just on the elevation of the maintenance structure, but we may want to also evaluate the neighbor standards for the proposed use of this lot.
Yeah, and reading through the definition of structure, if I may, it does sound like the campsites also meet the definition of a structure because it's something, permanently affixed to the ground, which certainly the pad and the electrical pedestal both are affixed to the ground. So I think when we're talking about bulk location and height of proposed structures, we're talking about the maintenance building and the campsites. So I was wrong in my initial interpretation of what we would be talking about, but we're talking about the whole kit and caboodle.
All right, thank you. Emily, did you have that section, that definition that you could throw up on the screen?
Are you talking about compatibility, the compatibility standard, Matt, or you're talking about the definition of structure?
Yeah, I'm just to clarify, you looked up the definition of structure.
She had it up.
Oh, she did, I missed it. I was reading something else. My apologies. So circling back here. Motion made and seconded to adopt Section 179-601C, compatibility with neighboring buildings, the bulk location and height of proposed structures and campsites Jeff Rochu are compatible with neighboring properties. Does that correctly capture your motion?
That was my motion. I guess we're trying to decide if we should modify that back to the terminology that's related in the ordinance.
It might just be redundant because the campsites are structures.
Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
No.
Jeff Grossman?
No.
Joyce?
No.
Jeff Brochu?
No.
Rob?
No.
I'll vote yes. 5-1 in the negative. So that motion fails. Continuing down, item D.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the proposed site plan amendment meets the standards of section 179-6.01D, natural features. The structures and other improvements are harmonious with the site's natural features, preserve the natural landscape, and minimize grade changes. Again, putting the motion in a positive, as we've been taught to do.
Thank you, Joyce.
Second.
A second by Rob. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
No.
Jeff Grossman?
No.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
No.
Rob?
No.
A vote yes. 4-2 in the negative. That motion fails.
Mr. Chair, may I interject?
Yes.
I would really like to provide reasons why motions are failing. So if the people who are voting in the negative could present their finding as to why they're voting that way, then I'll write that up. But I think it's important that you just make clear findings. Right now, I just have that it doesn't meet, but I don't know why it doesn't meet. So just for the board's consideration.
Is that something, Emily, that can be, if it's discussed in deliberations after the motion is made, before the vote is taken, is that sufficient? As opposed to no because?
I would really like to understand no because, and I'm not asking for a dissertation, but I just would like some clarity as to the standard in the ordinance and how you felt it applies to the plan, just so that I can be sure to write up what you want.
Thank you, Emily. So board members, if we could, back to section 179-601C for additional clarity in the findings of fact. The board found that the bulk location, height, the proposed structures, including the campsites, did not meet this criteria.
Well, personally, for me, it's not the bulk or the height of the proposed structures, it's the location. Not compatible with neighboring properties. This is something that we had commented on during the site walk and has been commented on at great length during the public hearing, the proposed location of the campsites, interfering with abutters' use and enjoyment of their property.
Thank you, Joyce. Emily, does that provide the clarity you were looking for? If additional board
Do you want
members.
it per person?
Well, I was going to say not to necessarily go board by board, but if that's a general agreement.
Wouldn't it be better to have the reasoning as part of the motion?
That would be the preference, yeah.
In a perfect, yeah.
So if the majority's going to vote no, is there a reason why we can't word the motion in the negative and give you those reasons as to why we're denying it?
Yes, we have done that before, that guidance document, which I did not include tonight. We will be including that forevermore now. It has a positive and if you want to vote yes, this is it, and if you want to vote no, this is the motion.
Okay, thanks.
Except that we don't know how the board's going to vote before we put it in the negative or the positive. So by putting the positive, if you don't want it, you vote no. Should we say no due to location or no due to, is that what you would prefer? Otherwise, we've got to go do a vote and then do a new motion depending on which way the vote goes.
Yeah, so like, for instance, if the motion is that it's not compatible with neighboring buildings, if that's what the planning board wants to say, or if that's what a board member wants to say, then the motion is, I move to find that the application is not compatible with neighboring buildings because it does not meet these standards. And if there's...
Or if somebody puts it in the positive, when you vote no, do
Just
you
explain
say
the
due to
reason.
location? All
Just,
right.
yeah, just give us the
Let's
reasons.
just do it that way. So for C, everybody that voted no, should we just now give you our reason for no? Or do we want to go through the whole process again?
No, you don't have to go through the whole process again. If you can just...
Location.
I think Joyce covered it.
Yeah, mine would be for location and the lack of a transitional buffer between the uses.
So may I also just recommend, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It may be worthwhile for the board to kind of look at, I know you're going to do the same thing for me on D, right? But it may be worthwhile for on E, you to just, or the next standard down, just kind of have a brief discussion among yourselves and maybe figure out who's going to make the motion and maybe have some brief, review the staff finding and have some brief discussion about it before you just go into a motion. It's totally up to you, but it might help you navigate where you're going with the motion that you're going to make.
Thank you. So the most recent motion at 179-601D for the natural features, that was a motion that failed 4-2. So the board didn't feel that the structures or other improvements were harmonious with the site's natural features, preserved the natural landscape, or minimized grade changes. Do board members have any additional comments to add beyond that for clarity, to include in the findings of fact?
So in this instance, by structures, we're saying the campsites and the maintenance building.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, you could consider, where it says the structures and other improvements, that certainly would absolutely cover the maintenance building and the campsites. Well, sounds like somebody who voted no has to say why, because I voted yes.
Yeah, that's
I don't
what
even know what
I'm
we're doing anymore.
looking for.
Well, I guess the natural features are not harmonious in the sense of the abutters as they look out onto concrete pads and different trailers that are pulled in every 2 days, 4 days, week, as to what was there before, as to where if you have a maintenance building that is stagnant and it is, you know, similar and structured to your neighbor's house, and the time of use is similar to when your neighbors may come and go, that would be more harmonious than campsites that are allowed to have, I believe 11 o'clock was their quiet time, so you have people that are enjoying themselves at a more relaxed pace, if you will, in your backyard, and that's not harmonious with the residential zone that it's abutting.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Does that satisfy the findings, Emily? Is that,
I have something to write
sufficient?
now as to reasons, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
thank you. So moving on, and perhaps hopefully a more efficient manner, the item E, public safety.
I mean, Mr. Chair, personally, I don't think this is much of an issue. Access to the site and structures is adequate for emergency responders, will not create fire hazards or other safety hazards. I don't think there's been any issue raised regarding public safety concerns, and the fire department reviewed the application and didn't have comments or concerns regarding emergency access. So I'd be in favor of making a motion that the application meets the provisions of 179-601E.
Second.
Thank you, Joyce and Rob, for the motion.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
I had read at one point in the packet that the E911 system was being worked on and the details were being worked out. I don't know if we just get a nod from the deputy chief, if that has been done and they've figured out how to direct your staff to these different site locations in the event of emergency? Just.
Deputy Police Chief Corey Huntress is our E911 addressing officer, and he's been working with Town of Old Orchard on that item. And just real quick, we agreed, or they agreed, and I support that the assigned lot numbers throughout the park are going to remain, and the roads that run through the park are named, and so they're going to be matched up with the lot numbers. So a lot number is actually like a street address number. And instead of having to go back like the state would want us to, and start with 1 through, let's say, 100 on any given street, they're allowing the campground to go with the existing number. So a particular road, for example, might start with like number 20 or number 40, and just go from there. So there's been some exception, but everyone, including the state, is in agreement with it. So the only thing lacking is to get it into the GIS for the city and someday Google Maps kind of thing. So everything's lined up for that.
So just to be clear, you see no public safety issues with the ability to dispatch to these locations with a system that the 3 departments have worked out?
Correct. Yep.
And I would think the turning radii aren't a problem, because some of these RVs are probably as large as your fire trucks.
Yeah, a ladder truck is 40 feet, and I think some of the Class A motorhomes are larger than that.
Probably not a real big need for a ladder truck.
No, we would probably come with our tank truck, because there's not hydrants in the area, so instead of the ladder truck, we'd take a tank truck and have 2,500 gallons of water available. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And the site circulation is unchanged, essentially. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. 6-0 in favor of adopting section 179-601E for public safety.
So regarding 179-601F lighting, I guess just for discussion, proposed exterior lighting doesn't create glare or hazards to motorists, is adequate for safety, and does not damage the value or diminish the usability of adjacent properties. And yeah, we had a lighting review with the initial application. You know, personally, I don't, as was stated by another member of the public, I don't think the lighting is the issue here. And I haven't heard any concerns about glare on neighboring properties.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
You know, I tend to respectfully disagree a little bit more. Normally, when we do a facility, we have a photometric layout, we have a peer review. We're oftentimes looking at full cutoff fixtures, whether they're on the building to comply with our city ordinance for dark sky compliance. In this particular case, we're permitting these vehicles to come in on a short-term basis, plug into the power, and we have zero control over what type of lights they are on them, and whether they have a whole festoon system that goes around their campground under their awning when they put their awning out, and there's, you know, 40, 60-watt bulbs that are glowing in the night, whether they have some spotlights to access doors and steps. So I think it's very difficult for us to ever say that lighting from this particular use would not have a detrimental effect or a negative effect on the abutters, particularly given some of the lack of buffering and trees when these vehicles are pulled in. So I would think that there is great concern for glare, not necessarily to motorists, but very clearly to diminish the value and usability of the adjacent properties. And I think that would be a very big issue with this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, just to touch, if it were the maintenance building that were there, those permanent fixtures would fall under Mr. Toomey's department, and they could make sure that they were full cutoff fixtures around that building, and we would be guaranteeing the zero trespass over the property line. We can't do that on these portable structures. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the board?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Jeff on that. In addition, typical campground, there may be some, I've got to figure there's some lighting that's permanently mounted on poles that would be in the area of this campground. I haven't seen any of that or noted any specific, you know, we're going to have three street light poles for our fire department to be able to find their way. So I'm not sure how we can approve that, that it's going to provide adequate safety and so on and so forth. And then would it diminish it? I don't know if they're going to put up 26 poles, it could get pretty bright, but we don't know that. And I do agree that once you start hauling in campers, you have no control over what they choose to do for lighting.
So, any additional other thoughts? From my understanding, they're not, other than the original lighting plan, the locations have changed, and I understand
Right, because the
concerns.
original lighting plan included a building.
Yep. So I think the lighting with that building has moved, and then,
Something's going in its place
yes.
beyond the movable vehicles that will be coming and going. We'll assume there's some street lamps, I hope.
Well, we have the,
Mr. Chair, maybe I can clarify?
we have the other, sure, we have the other parking, we have that parking lot, and maybe the applicant can refresh
Yeah,
our
just
memory.
to sort of clarify to.
Sure.
So maybe we can move on. So there are no pole-mounted lights proposed or building-mounted lights proposed in this area. All these pedestals have a small
Have a little light,
just for sort of wayfinding. They just sort of like.
lot number 22, little teeny light there.
Exactly. So that's the only lighting proposed in the campsites themselves.
Correct. Permanent
So-
lighting.
So correct, yes. So as far as changes to the approved lighting plan, Mr. Chair, you were correct. The building-mounted lights that were originally proposed on the maintenance building are staying. They're just moving to the back of the site.
Okay.
And the lights in that immediate parking lot, those remain as
Correct.
presented.
Correct, yeah.
And as part of the
Right.
original. proposal.
Okay.
So the lights, yes, concern with the lights from campers, yes, out of board's control. But light level for wayfinding is much lower to the ground, more cut off than up on the building.
So,
All right.
Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, I'd like to make a motion that the proposed site plan amendment meets the criteria of section 179-6.01F lighting, in that the proposed exterior lighting doesn't create glare or hazards to motorists, is adequate for safety, and doesn't damage the value or diminish the usability of adjacent properties.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce.
Second.
Second by Rob, thank you. Any additional discussion? Yes? Jeff?
I guess how do we look at that when, the proposed lighting, if we're looking at proposed lighting, that's what's on the plan. But we all know that the RVs come with their own lighting. We have to deal with the effects. I mean, as a board, do we want to say that, okay, the proposed lighting on the plan is acceptable, but the buffering may not be for the use that's going to be incurred after, for the adjacent properties? I kind of view, for me, the root of it is lighting, but some of it's outside the control of the applicant by nature of what's being brought, the use. So I guess if we read this to a T, it's the proposed lighting. Are we going to just focus our decision on the lighting that's drafted on the plan and his knee-high pedestal lights? And deal with our concerns about lighting trespass in another avenue?
I think that's addressed under section T, perhaps, when we get to discussing the buffer that's proposed.
Yeah, you're approving proposed lighting, not lighting from the use.
Okay, I can go with that. Thank you.
All right, motion made and seconded to adopt 179-601F as presented. Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
No.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. 5-1 in favor of adopting that finding of fact as presented. Moving on to landscaping. Item G. Questions, comments, final thoughts on the board?
I'll just make a comment that I'm happy to see that there was, in the proposed changes, that they did listen to our feedback regarding the mature trees and the plan itself. I was happy to see what they were trying to accomplish there. Again, I don't know if it'll do enough. I just want to make sure that's known. I was happy to see that.
Thank you, Jeff. Matt, excuse me.
It's your first day, buddy.
Any other discussion? So we haven't made a motion yet.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the proposed application meets the standards of Section 179-6.01G regarding landscaping. Buffer screens and on-site landscaping are provided to minimize the impact of parking areas and other features on neighboring property.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce.
Mr. Chair, I'll second.
Second by Jeff Brochu. Any additional discussion? Jeff Grossman?
So what are we to consider when it says "and other features" on neighboring property?
So other features, so any landscaping buffering that's been proposed, the added fill, the increased berm, and this is not for previously approved or reviewed landscaping items, but the ones specific to this amendment. Jeff Brochu?
Yeah, I kind of interpret that a little differently, that the landscape buffering and screens and on-site landscaping is provided to minimize the impact of the parking areas and other features on the neighboring property. I do not feel, while there is buffering that has been proposed, and like Matt says, I think that it was nice that they tried to give some more, I don't feel that is adequate for the unpermitted change in use to protect the neighboring properties from the feature, which is now the campsites. So therefore, I will be voting in the negative.
Thank you for that clarity, Jeff. Any additional comments from the board?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time just reading it because it seems like what it's saying is, yes, landscaping is provided. It doesn't, the finding itself doesn't seem to talk about the adequacy of the landscaping and buffers. But again, I think maybe that's addressed in other sections.
Yeah, it is saying landscaping is provided to minimize, et cetera, so on and so forth. And what you're voting on is, yes, it's been provided, or no, it's not been provided to within your standards, I guess.
Exactly, it's been provided to the satisfaction of the board.
Correct.
As presented, so it's, the board's satisfied with the proposal, or we're not satisfied?
So in my case, I'm not satisfied that it minimizes the impacts.
So the clause "other features," so we're interpreting that as applying to the site plan that's before us, not the other features of the neighboring property. Is that right?
Other features on neighboring properties would be houses,
No, but,
backyards, things like that. So we're saying, in this case, if you do it in the positive, you're saying on-site landscaping is provided to minimize impact on parking areas and other features, and we'll say houses, backyards, swimming pools, et cetera.
I think maybe Emily looked like she was about ready to
Okay.
clarify. I think the verbiage of this.
Give us the professional opinion,
I
Emily.
think the verbiage on this is, I'm not sure how to define it, but the way it's written, my understanding, right? The landscaping, buffers, screens, on-site landscaping is provided to minimize the impact of parking areas and other features onto the neighboring property. So the other features
right, that's
are the
what I'm
project's other features.
so it's not the
Other features could be campers, could be whatever,
Correct.
on their property, and the buffering is protecting the neighboring property.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Apologies.
So motion made and seconded. Motion by Joyce, second by Jeff Brochu. Additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
No, because I feel, again, it does not meet, provide enough to minimize those impacts.
Jeff Grossman?
No.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
No.
Rob?
No, and for the same reasons.
I vote yes. Motion is 4-2 in the negative. The motion fails.
So the next one, off-site impacts. The proposed development does not have a significant detrimental effect on the use and peaceful enjoyment of abutting property as a result of noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or other cause. I think this one is a tough one, having heard the abutters. Noise, smoke. The buffering plan may solve the lighting issue, but I'm not sure there's a way of remedying the noise and smoke, moving campsites so much closer to Cumberland Ave.
I would second that.
Yeah.
Those were just comments.
So this is one where Emily was asking us to put it in the affirmative or the negative, depending on what way the board deems they may be voting.
The board can make a motion how they seem fit.
Right.
Or to just discuss it ahead of time to.
Discussion is always good. I'm sympathetic to the adjustment and to the neighbors. It's not a new use though. For me, it's not a new use. Some sites are closer, but it's an existing use. It's whether those sites are there or not.
There would have been a maintenance facility there.
It would have been a maintenance facility. So campsites are further away, but it's still a campground. So that's the piece I'm working with.
I think, though, the key is, though, if the maintenance facility was there, the hours of operation would be different than when you have a campsite, right? A campsite, you're going to have people waking up whatever time, the noise when they wake up, the 11 o'clock at night ordinance that they have to stop by. A maintenance facility, you're maybe going to be 7 to 4, maybe, 6 to 2. I mean, I think that's really the difference, in my eyes, is the hours of operation with a facility like that versus campers in and out, people running around, music, barking dogs, whatever else is close by to those homes.
Are you saying, Matt, I guess I get where you're coming from a bit, or what I think you're saying, Matt P., is I guess if the neighbors they're already living next to a campground and they're already complaining about smoke, so what's a few more campfires? I'm putting words in your mouth.
No, that's okay. Not quite like that. I'm not saying that, what's a few more? Just the observation is it's a campground. There's another parking lot with pole-mounted lights, right at that 100-foot buffer that we did review and found acceptable, with campsites around it. These campsites are closer to a few of the adjacent properties than previously. That's just the observation.
Yeah, but I think that the abutters were shown a plan which had a maintenance building on it, which was a significantly lower impact on their property than 40-foot mobile homes, as everyone has said, with lights and fumes and fires and everything else. So I think it significantly changes the impact on the abutting properties and has a detrimental effect on the neighboring property.
Chair,
Yes,
I'd
Jeff.
like to echo Mr. Grossman's comments. Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion that the application does not meet the standards of section 179-0.01H regarding off-site impacts, because it seems to be the opinion of the majority of the board that the proposed development would have a significant detrimental impact on use and peaceful enjoyment of abutting properties.
I would second that motion.
Thank you, Joyce and Jeff. So motion made and seconded to find that section H, 179-601H, does not meet the off-site impacts. Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I'll vote no. Motion 5-1 in the affirmative for a negative vote.
So I think the next one, section I, is fairly straightforward. Vehicle circulation and pedestrian access. Provisions for vehicular loading, unloading, parking, and circulation on the site and onto adjacent public streets do not create hazardous and unsafe conditions. I think the second exit road already addressed the issue of traffic safety as far as getting on and off the property. And I don't think anything that's been proposed here creates any sort of hazardous conditions regarding traffic movement.
I'll second.
Is that an official motion, Joyce?
Yes, I'd like to move that the application meets the criteria of 179-6.01I regarding vehicle circulation and pedestrian access.
And I'll continue to second.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
And Mr. Chair, I move to find that the application meets the standards of section 179-6.01J flood hazards because none of the buildings or structures are being built in flood zones.
Mr. Chair, I will second.
Thank you for the motion and second. Any additional discussion? Motion to adopt findings of fact 179-601J. Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. 6-0 to adopt section 179-6.01J as presented.
I'd also move to find that the application meets the standards of 179-601K wastewater in that adequate provisions have been made for the disposal of wastewater.
I would second that.
Thank you for the motion and the second. Additional discussion on wastewater?
I just said I have concerns after Emily's update. I'm not sure that everything's been worked out. I don't really know.
So we have, Emily, correct, just to recap on that, we have correspondences from the city engineer and wastewater district on working through some of those items.
Yes, there were some compliance items that need to be followed up on to bring the pump into conformance with what water resource requires for their standards. And those items were presented in a memo from Riley Cobb that we reviewed earlier tonight, and they were included in your after-the-fact packet from the last meeting.
Okay, thank you. Additional thoughts?
So regardless, we know that the city departments are on board with water recovery and engineering, and no certificate of occupancy could be issued until that pump station is built to design standards, correct? So it's kind of out of our hands?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
I'll abstain.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Rochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
A vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-1 with one abstention.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the application meets the standards of requirements of Section 179-6.01L regarding disposal of solid waste. Adequate provisions have been made for the disposal of solid waste and recycling.
Thank you, Joyce.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
Second by Jeff Brochu, thank you. Any additional discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. 6-0, the motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the application meets the standards of Section 179-6.01M, stormwater and erosion control, based on the city engineer's review of the materials and his memorandum in the meeting packet.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce.
Chair, I'll second.
Second by Jeff. Any additional discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. 6-0 in favor.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the application meets the standards of Section 179-6.01N regarding water supply. The proposed water supply is sufficient for the proposed use and for fire protection purposes. No degradation of service in the area shall occur as a result of the proposed development, and the regular maintenance of private fire hydrants shall be documented in that the fire department has reviewed the project. Their property will be served by public water, and Maine Water has already provided a capacity to serve level letter for the original application.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Rob. Any additional discussion? Jeff Brochu?
I just have a question. Who will check in on the regular maintenance of the private hydrants? Which department within the city is responsible for receiving that sort of information?
Emily, is that a reporting scenario similar to stormwater?
Mr. Chair,
Sure.
there are no private hydrants.
Okay. That was my next question. I didn't
Thought that
think there
would be
was,
strange on city water.
as we started to talk about that, yep.
I mean, Emily, should I amend the motion to exclude the mention of private hydrants?
I'm sure you can certainly do that.
Yeah, I'd like to amend my motion to exclude the mention of maintenance of private hydrants, since there are none.
And I'll second that removal.
Thank you, Rob. Motion made and seconded to adopt 179-601N as amended. Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. 6-0 in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the application meets the standards of Section 179-6.010 hazardous materials because the proposed development is not expected to generate special or hazardous waste.
I would second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the motion. Any additional discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the application meets the criteria of Section 179-601P, wildlife scenery and unique and critical areas. This issue was already addressed in the original application and approval in 2021 regarding no adverse impacts on significant scenic vistas, significant wildlife habitats, or unique natural areas.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Rob. Any additional discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Abstain.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-1 with one abstention.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the application meets the criteria of Section 179-6.01Q traffic. The proposed development will not cause safety hazards and will be consistent with generally accepted complete street standards. This information was already reviewed and approved in 2021.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce.
Mr. Chair, I second that motion.
Thank you, Jeff. Additional discussion?
Well, I just have a question. What's the statute of limitations on something that was approved in 2021? Things have changed dramatically, I think, in the surrounding areas. And I know someone's going to tell me, oh, you have to look at the specific application that we're considering, but you can't do that anymore. I mean, growth is rampant in this area. So it's okay that we're considering something from 2021 to say that was okay? I think it's a valid question. I mean,
Well,
Yep.
I would think it's a very valid question. However, once that approval is out there, they have their time frame to build it out.
Yep.
And in this particular case, they're bringing before us, in my interpretation, a site plan amendment that has zero change on any of the calculation factor that they would use for traffic generated. It's basically moving 9 lots from the second phase to this phase. I mean, I did hear some discussion about waiting till the amendment, the zoning changes, and trying to put more back in phase 2.
yeah.
But ultimately, the proposal is before us. There's no change on net traffic, so I don't see why we would have any reason to review it at this point.
Yeah, I get that. Globally, we just need to think differently, that's all. That's my opinion, right? We can't, everything is very specific, oh, it's application, and yeah, this was 2 years ago, but globally, things are very different than they are today than they were then, that's all. It's more of a statement than a...
That's a fair question. I think if it were a project where where no action had been taken by the developer and it sat, and then an amendment came before us, I think we'd have a different conversation.
Or if it was an amendment to add 50 campsites.
Of course, yep.
That's all.
Thank you. Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. 6-0 in favor.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the application meets the standards of Section 179-6.01R, water quality, surface water impacts of the proposed development shall be no greater than allowed and permitted under state law. The city engineer reviewed the stormwater information and has provided a memorandum with his comments.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded to adopt Section R of 179-601 Water quality. Additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well, 6-0 in favor.
Mr. Chair, I move to find that the application meets the standards of Section 179-601S regarding utilities. The proposed development does not impose an unreasonable burden on sewers, storm drains, water lines, or other public utilities based on the capacity to serve letters provided by Maine Water and Saco Water Resource Development, and staff review of the sewer infrastructure.
Mr. Chair, I move that motion. I second that motion.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on the motion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well, 6-0 in favor.
So the last section, 179-601T regarding audio-visual buffer, I'm going to make a motion in the positive that, to find that the application meets the standards of Section T, which provides that setbacks and screening provide a robust audio and visual buffer so as to minimize adverse impacts on nearby properties, based on the landscaping plan and site plan provided.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that motion.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and second, Jeff. So the motion, 179-601T. Any additional discussion?
Well, I'm not sure there's a audio buffer here. I do think the landscaping is a really good visual buffer. Whether it's enough from the second story of neighboring properties, I don't know, but I think it's going to be pretty lush, or it would be pretty lush if it was approved. Audio, I don't think it's going to change the noise levels.
Jeff Brochu?
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I don't think the vegetation will be enough of a buffer for the ambient noise that'll be passing through. It's nothing like a solid wall. It's one of the reasons why a lot of the highway corridors will use a solid wall with a berm structure to try to redirect and deaden some of the sound with the staggered wall designs when residential houses are in close proximity to the highway. So I don't think that would be significant enough for having, 9 campsites out 100 feet in your backyard that can be noisy until 11 p.m. at night.
Thank you, Jeff. Any additional thoughts by the board? So motion again to adopt the findings of fact as presented. There was no amendment, correct, Joyce?
That's correct.
Okay. Those in favor, Matt?
I'm going to abstain.
Jeff Grossman?
No.
Joyce?
No.
Jeff Brochu?
No.
No.
Rob, no. I'll vote yes. Motion fails. 4, 1, 4 negative, 1 abstention, 1 positive.
So if it's appropriate, I'd move to find that the application did not meet all of the standards of Section 179-601. Just to sum up the overall findings of the board.
Mr. Chair, I would second that motion.
Motion made and seconded to find that the application has not met based on criteria of section 179-601. Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. It's 6-0. The motion passes. Emily, the draft conditions of approval are unnecessary.
What the planning department will do at this point is we will do the same thing we did of the recent verification of findings. We will draft it up and present it at the next board meeting so the board can verify that it meets exactly what you want it to say.
Okay, thank you. There's no other items to address here on this item? All right, thank you. Our next item on our agenda is the Biddeford and Saco Orchard Beach Transit. It's a site plan review for approval of installation of 2 pantographic en route charges for the transit battery electric buses at 138 Main Street, map 37, lot 8, in Saco Island zoning district. This is an application of completeness finding and a public hearing. And it looks like this application has been requested to table. Emily, do you have any additional notes on this for us?
No, thank you. This was the applicant's request. They're waiting on some additional documentation.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I move to table this application to the first meeting in February.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion and the second. Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Grossman Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. 6-0 to table this application to the next meeting or the first meeting in February. All right, our next
Mr.
item.
Chair.
Yes, Jeff.
So I guess in our bylaws, we said we're not going to take up any new business after 9 PM, and we'll adjourn at 9:30 unless decided by a majority of the board.
Would you like to make a motion to continue or to adjourn? Is that,
Well,
or
I
just
don't-
discussion?
I'd be willing to stay a few minutes longer if we can wrap something up quickly, but otherwise, I don't want to get into a lengthy discussion and continue.
Mr. Chair,
We've
if I
been here
could, I
for-
think I can wrap up ours quickly for you, if that would be
All right.
agreeable to the board.
Thank you for the notes, Jeff. Emily, quickly here, if I can get this, sorry. This application, this next agenda item, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to it quickly here. This, Emily, I believe is the board is being requested to schedule a public hearing and review the petition for a zoning map ordinance request. Is that true?
That's correct. Really, what we're looking for tonight is any questions that you have for the applicant that, or the petitioner that you want them to maybe come back with answers to. And then we are looking for the board to schedule its public hearing. February blank is there because we were still working out the meeting schedule. We would be hopeful and anticipate a February 6th hearing. and we can meet all the deadlines for that.
Okay. I would support reviewing this item and hearing from the applicant briefly. They've been patient with us, if the board is in favor. Okay. So our next item on the agenda, as I mentioned, is for a zone ordinance map amendment request to rezone properties from B1 to HB zoning district on Industrial Park Road tax map 55, lots 1, 1-1, 3, 5, and 6. And the applicant is Kafua Management Company. And the applicant is here before us.
Yes, thank you. So Sandra Gay, Archipelago, I'm here for Kafua Management Company. So we came tonight prepared to give you a presentation on the zoning amendment proposal, and we have our traffic engineer and the civil engineer here. There was a packet that was submitted, I know was forwarded to you by planning staff that has a lot of that information in it. So out of consideration to the time for the board, I know, that what you've been through tonight and that the board must be tired. I'm very happy to go run through what this amendment's all about and go through that. Or if the board has had an opportunity to look at the packet and they have questions and would prefer just to ask any questions. The one thing we were hoping tonight is just if the board does have any specific questions to hear those, so we can respond to them for the public hearing. But would appreciate the board scheduling this for the public hearing at the next meeting. And again, I can go through this in more detail or just take questions, however you would prefer to do it.
All right, thank you. Does the board have any questions? Were they, the packet was pretty well put together, I thought, for this request. Jeff Brochu?
I guess I'll go through my list. So I just had some questions and how this could be pitched to kind of gain my support. Page 3, the references the comp plan in your packet saying limited employee serving retail or commercial uses and improvements to walkability and transit amenities should be considered to increase appeal for workers and employees in our industrial park. And I'm kind of reading that's limited to the employees that are within the industrial park currently. And by changing this zone to highway business, we're looking for a large volume general retail sale. And there was talk about the increasing of jobs. And one of the missions for the industrial park is to have well-paying jobs in our industrial park. Not sure where the well-paying jobs necessarily fall in these types of light retail. I don't think they're typically near the higher end of the wage scale. And as a taxpayer, we know that our industrial district is supposed to offset or try to offset our tax basis. And the unique part is I did a little bit of research, and Saco's general acreage is 33,810 acres. I went through the Millbrook district. According to the city website, there's approximately 70 acres there. Phillip Spring Industrial Park, by some math, 37.86 acres. Saco Industrial Park has 51.9, and Spring Hill has 90.13. Came up with about 250 acres. And I know there's a parcel that I think was missing along the Saco and the Turnpike corridor to the north, kind of surrounded by the Route 1 district. So even if we add in an additional 50 acres, just for sake, it brings us to 300 acres. That means that we only have 0.887% of our city zoned to industrial uses. And that's supposed to be a target for offsetting our tax base. So my concern is that the proposal is asking us to take some more acreage out. I apologize, I don't think I wrote down the acreage of these 3 or 4 lots we want to take out, to change it to a different use. And I'd really like to know what the proposed benefit to the city is to do that, to decrease some of our tax base. This particular part of the industrial park happens to be served with all the amenities. We have, obviously, gas, electric, sewer, city water, and we're also one of the few industrial parks that have a railroad siding. And that railroad siding pretty much abuts the back side of these parcels at the General Dynamics area. So I'd like to know what the real benefit is so when our economic development teams are trying to promote our areas and we have all these amenities, I think we're one of only 3 in the southern part of the state that have industrial parks with rail access. Is it in our best interest? How is it in our best interest to change the zoning to allow the use for, in this case, it sounds like a Dunkin' Donuts, and open up the additional lots for other use? So that's going to be one of my questions that I'd like to hear more about. The second thing is traffic. The level of service on the Industrial Park Road is probably one of the reasons that you were attracted to it, is because of the volume. It's also been identified as a huge issue within our community. So from the city's website, the Route 112 exit 36 area, past analysis, the Industrial Park Road provides access to the I-95 and the main turnpike and carries a significant amount of traffic. Prior studies document very poor levels of service conditions with extreme delays projected by 2020. We're at 2023, and I think most of the people in this room know that we have more than extreme delays there. The other thing is that it talks about how, on the city's website again, exit 36, to and from the north, serves as the primary interchange for travel to the downtown Biddeford area. Biddeford has approved approximately 1,300 residential units in the last couple of years, about half of which have been built out and not necessarily filled. So our question, or my question is what type of creative traffic movements are you going to propose to allow access in and out of the Industrial Park Road? Because currently, the 2 traffic signals that are there have staging issues where they'll buffer and they interlock with each other. And I'm not sure how, maybe there's some creative motions that I'd like to see. I'd really like to see how you're proposing traffic flow in and out of these lots if we were to do the change for this purpose. That is pretty much in summary, I mean, and I don't want to bank too much on. We are very fortunate that after about 10 years of planning that there's a new interchange taking place, which hopefully should relieve some of the burden. But as Matt pointed out, we've had such exponential growth, we don't know if we're just shifting traffic from one area to another, because we're going to have flows coming in from east and west now and where they're going to deviate to get on the 195. So, open to discuss it, but those are questions, obviously, when we have more time that I would really be interested in hearing about how we're going to benefit and if it's worth us taking our 0.88% of our overall land that's zoned industrial and letting it be used for a much lighter use with, I'm assuming, less than ideal wage jobs.
So, boy, I don't know if you want me to get into that right now or be prepared to respond to that, or perhaps we can even respond to that in writing between now and the public hearing. I think you'll find that a lot of the uses that are already permitted in that zone, and that's not just industrial zoning there, are pretty high-intensity uses right now. Breweries, large restaurants, motel uses. There's a lot of uses that are permitted in that zone right now that are very high traffic uses. So we do have the traffic engineer here. In interest of the board's time tonight and how late it is, I certainly could have her come up here and respond to your question, I think, pretty adequately, or we could do that at the public hearing. I think we need to maybe provide you with a better understanding of the uses that are permitted in that zone right now and the uses that would be permitted afterwards, and then we can have a discussion about whether or not that's really going to affect traffic along that route. One of the uses that it does open up, and we had this conversation with staff at some point because we were talking about, should we do a contract zone, should we propose that, or a change in a conditional use to the existing zone, and staff definitely preferred that we look at amending that area as HB, which connects it to sort of another HB sort of area, and Kafua agreed with that. But I think that you'll see that the uses, for instance, residential uses. Residential uses are not allowed there right now, and they would be, but not just residential uses. That includes, for instance, the visiting nurse and the healthcare right now being able to offer, housing for disability or for long-term care, that kind of thing, which they're not allowed to do right now. It would make the Merrimont Field, which is a non-conforming use right now, a conforming use, which it is not right now. So I think one thing that perhaps we could do for you between now and then is give you a better chart of what's permitted now, what we permitted then, and then we can have a discussion about what that actually means in traffic.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, I thought the purpose was for us to get our thoughts and questions
Yep.
out there so they could have adequate time to address it.
I appreciate it.
If we want to go that, responding now, it's fine, but I think I'd like to let the other board members express their questions at this time.
Yeah, I think for right now, my thought was to provide some feedback and then give the applicant time to respond, get the public hearing scheduled so we could have input from the public as well. I had similar thoughts to yours, Jeff. I was curious about the three options as well, and why not conditional uses. I like the conditional use idea, and I'm curious as to how the zoning amendment with all the different uses affects globally that area. It's, as you mentioned, Jeff, it's a congested area, so I'm curious about that as well.
And I'll just add, I think that area is of interest because we have I remember the hotel near XL Sports World. They wanted to build a second building, a water park, an indoor water park in that area. And I've heard things about another gas station going in that on 112 there. So these are all things, when we talk about globally, right, what is the impact of these other businesses in that area as well as this business? The turnpike exits are going to help, but again, is that really going to solve the problem? So I think we have to think about that as globally. That's a good word. I like that, globally.
I think the other thing to think about, and again, we'll address this a lot more at the public hearing, is that just because a use is permitted, it still has to go through site plan review. If it doesn't meet the traffic requirements, it doesn't get approved. So the parcels along this particular stretch of Industrial Park Road are fairly small. The one that Kafua is looking at is very small, and really only a small store could go in there. But so it's not just a matter of it being zoned, it also would require site plan approval. On North Street right now, with the other uses you're talking about, gas station, those other uses, that's an HB zone right now up there, and those are permitted uses with site plan review.
Any other board member concerns there?
Yeah, the reasoning for 5 lots, obviously, they're all full with properties now already, businesses. Is it just because, and maybe the question's to Emily as well, but is it just so we can put one little zone together? Or, I mean, there's not an intent to redevelop all 5 properties, is it?
There is no intent, no. We have the letters, we're still waiting for.
Right, I've seen a
the one,
couple
yeah.
of the letters saying, hey, we're not going to support, but we're not going to say.
They don't object to it.
Yeah.
Right, so the rezoning doesn't make any of those existing uses non-conforming. It allows them some additional possible uses, for instance, the residential uses and in the healthcare uses right now. But it doesn't, there's no other proposals there for any other use.
Right, but they're not all pushing you, like, for example, the Little League and the Southern Maine Healthcare aren't all pushing you to put this all together in one piece. And Emily, is it because we want to do it in one large piece versus, I mean, obviously a contract zone, we could do that one little spot.
Yep, so Sandy brought this forward with some different options to staff, and
Yeah.
we are really discouraging contract zones.
Correct.
But, so when we looked at this, one of the things that Sandy brought forward as an option was to amend the highway business zone. And when I think she did her analysis, she got further into it and saw that the field would then be picked up and become a conforming use, is my understanding, and that there'd be some other properties along that strip that have already developed in a way that looks
Right.
like it's highway business.
So the intent is to do this for these 5 lots. Your intent is to get a Dunkin' Donuts next to PM Construction.
Correct.
Okay. And yeah, traffic's gonna be fun, taking that left in the evening, trying to get over to Dunkin' Donuts.
We can, we can talk about traffic and how
Right.
that can be mitigated there.
Right.
We could do it now, or we could do it.
No, I think that's a good, I think that's probably one of the biggest discussion points that would come up.
And again, that's through site plan approval. If it doesn't meet that traffic requirement, if it's, if it's creating a dangerous
We
situation.
don't have a choice of which donut chain comes in though, right?
No.
Yeah, Rob, to your point, traffic is going to be a hot
A
topic.
part of that procedure, but I think initially, a good global overview of their thoughts on traffic would
It
be good.
is, and I think for the public hearing, having a real good presentation on thoughts on traffic is
Gonna be
very-
critical.
It's very important.
We will do that. We were prepared to do that for you tonight. but-
Sure.
Yeah, I think that it would be actually better spent with the public in the public hearing than to us and then to repeat it again,
I agree.
because it'll come up, as you all know.
Oh, yeah, sure. Anticipate it.
Yes, Jeff?
I mean, I think another aspect to be concerned about, I mean, obviously the public's going to have some pushback about the traffic, also any increase in pedestrian traffic. And I know that we finally met the goals that have been lingering for like 8 years about getting a sidewalk to almost to this location, and some pedestrian improvements at the intersection. However, there's a lot of concern with the increase in pedestrian traffic in the industrial park right now. There's huge safety concerns. We had a former hotel that is currently being used for another purpose, and anybody who travels that road will see that there's, a great increase of hazard with pedestrians that are now walking in the roadway, maybe not understanding the rules of the road, and we need to consider how changing these zones, if it opens up for residential use, how that would increase or complicate that problem. We have the methadone clinic that is there. There's a lot of, increased pedestrian traffic from that as well as a lot of increased left-hand turns coming out of there in the morning, which I think was more than was predicted when that came before us for that use. So there's a lot of traffic concerns.
So,
in that
so I
area.
think, again, pedestrian safety, those things are part of your site plan review criteria. So whether it's an HB zone or whatever zone it is, any new use that's going in there is going to have to go through that for site plan review.
Yeah, as long as it's a very, very difficult climb, you're picking a very difficult route with all of those criteria that we have to check the boxes on.
Yeah, but again, any new use developed on any of those parcels will require, I would imagine, that kind of review. So.
Any other board comments, thoughts? So Emily, are you looking for a formal motion to set a meeting date for a public hearing?
Yes, I'm just asking the board to schedule for that under the next step.
Sure.
We have the motion there, and it's just to schedule it for February 6th.
Right, Mr. Chair, I'll move to schedule the public hearing on the zoning map amendment petition filed by Kafua Management for February 6, 2024.
Thank you, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second to schedule a public hearing on February 6th for the zoning map amendment.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Jeff?
Is there, just in discussion, is there ever any, does it have to fall in order of application for the office or the agenda? I'm kind of thinking that this particular item with a public hearing is going to be rather long and drawn out. Would it make any sense to possibly put the Bedard properties ahead of that? Does the board feel like that's going to be a less time-consuming review before we have a public hearing on a very hot topic, a very large area, or just keep them all in queue and just keep pushing it back?
I think that's a call for the chair. When we get closer to making that agenda, we will coordinate with the chair on the schedule,
Okay.
where they go in line. Certainly can take any suggestions, though.
Yeah, we've done that in the past, move some agenda items around as necessary, and,
When you know they're a 5-minute discussion, put them first, and, yeah.
yeah, so we can adjust the agendas as necessary. So motion made and second. Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well, 6-0 to schedule this public hearing for February 6th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, board members, one final item on our agenda. It is a similar request here, a zoning map amendment request to rezone a property from RC to WR on New County Road, map 87, lot 17. If the board would support reviewing this and schedule a public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I need to recuse myself from this because I understand my sister is about to sign a contract with Mr. Bedard. So
Okay.
I think that's a big conflict.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. No objections, let's work on this last item here. Emily, we have the packet here. I think this one as well was put together very well. Do you have anything to add beyond the application material?
No, I believe everything was in the memo in the packet.
So this property, board members, was for a project that was recently for a solar farm, as noted in here, and it looks like a portion of it is looking to be part of this map amendment. Does any board member have any immediate questions or comments for Emily, or we'd like to hear from the applicant? Let's have at it.
Excuse me, Jason Haskell with DM Roma Consulting Engineers. Here with me tonight is Kevin Bedard with Bedard Properties LLC. Just to keep it as short as possible, it's a piece of property that was originally zoned West Residential when the zoning amendments happened back in 2021. The owner of the property, the Fenderson family, came forward and petitioned for a zone change to be changed to rural conservation, primarily based on the use of his property and also the potential solar project, like Mr. Chair, you just brought up. This chunk of the property has been sold from the, and then when the petition did get approved and the zone change was approved, the whole entire property got rezoned, not just the area for the solar farm. So at this point, Mr. Bedard has purchased the property, and this area was not part of the original solar farm location. And since it's not part of that property and it was originally zoned West Residential, we were hoping that you'd consider rezoning back to the West Residential. And I can get into more of the details, but it's kind of, Emily has definitely brought a lot of the facts up to date, and I guess collect any of your questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board members, any questions or comments for the applicant? Jeff?
Yeah, I was part of the ZORS committee when when we did this, and trying to make kind of really clear delineation of zones. So I see that this clearly, being cut out because of the solar farm looks out of place. So I think rezoning it makes sense. But at the same token, I'm kind of wondering, how do we start, as a board, start to trim back? Our comp plan says that we're trying to, discourage sprawl and limit growth in the RC zone. But then we have this other side of things that says, hey, when the utilities are available, use them to develop if they're within 1,500 feet.
Well, we're actually required to extend.
You're required, yes, you can't, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I guess the question is, you're going to have to extend a little bit to get to your development for the sewer and the water. Do we know what the capacity to serve is on that line that cuts underneath the turnpike? I mean, is it way oversized that would promote a ton of growth out there?
As long as it was the final design, it's still something we're working through with the water recovery. But according to the 2016 plan that you referenced, that Emily referenced in her memo, that area, there was a significant amount of potential that was supposed to be designed for, whether or not it actually, along with a separate line that was supposed to be installed next to what was extended for Sancho, the Sancho Drive property. It's something we definitely need to dig into a little bit deeper once we get into the weeds of the planning board process and the subdivision process. But it's definitely, that was kind of the intent, or the grand scheme of that area, was to extend capacity for these properties that were originally zoned as West Residential.
Yeah, so I guess that's part of my question. The proposal, the request petition before us is to zone it back, and on the face, I think that makes sense to make a logical delineation. I would like to know more details about what the implications might be. Obviously, they purchased a parcel that really should have been, or was, West Residential, and not to necessarily limit them. But what does that mean for us as a board moving forward on, the continued sprawl past this division, especially when applicants come to us and say, well, it has the capacity to serve, 800 more homes there, and we had it brought into the street. And I'm not saying necessarily for you, I'm just wondering for us as a board, because the comp plan is asking us to hold a line. We're trying to draw a line in the sand here, and I think I agree with the applicant that the line is kind of to the west of their property, but what does that mean in the future? So that's just kind of my thought. Thank you.
Yeah, because right now, that little piece of property is surrounded and looks like, why didn't somebody color that in yellow? And then, but once you do that, then you could go further west and say, well, wait, there's another little hole there, right, that you could fill in the blank, right? But yeah, I'm with you. So that was originally planned to go with the WR, and then they purchased and flipped it, I guess.
It actually was when we did the ZORS.
It was part of the WR?
We had a ton of discussion, hours, trying to delineate where we're going to try to follow the brook,
Yeah.
where we're going to try to, and it was, and I think it was post my time, that there was a petition for the solar farm that they needed to zone this farm, who owned this, which then meant that's what the line they chose, was the property line of the previous
Yeah, I don't
parcel.
remember that piece. I was there for the solar farm part, but I don't remember this piece popping up with regards to that, but.
Yeah, it was sort of that one outlying piece that
Yeah.
was included, as Jason has mentioned. So I agree with you, Jeff, sort of where's the line, and it's not a game back and forth. We keep changing it. So I guess I see the lines sort of here with any decision that comes about.
Can it be kind of clarified too? Was some of the data that was researched, in other words, like when the parcel was being purchased, did you look at some websites and there was a conflict between how the city had it mapped? I mean, Emily, can you weigh in a little bit, or was it just a matter of timing that some of the postings were not accurate for the general public at the time?
I'll tell you that we assessing just changed all the zoning for August, for our August 15th info session here that we had for the LD 2003, because we were all, as city staff, we knew people were gonna have trouble understanding what zone they were in. So the vision records have been changed as of that August, I think it was August 1st or August 15th. The zoning map layers have not been changed, so the old zoning is still appearing in places. Assessing is working on this. They have a contractor now doing some of the GIS work, is my understanding.
So the online GIS system has the old zone data in it. That's part of the confusion.
So
And
it's
then,
gotta
and then
be
also, actually, if you
daunting.
looked at the assessor's data, you click on the assessor's data, it actually, the last time I looked, it probably would have been November at this point, it still said WR as the zone for the Fenderson, overall Fenderson property.
Follow up on that then for November, because everyone else's should have been updated as of August. Maybe it was because there was a lot split involved. So we'll follow up on that piece.
No, you can just keep it WR, that's fine.
Any other questions from the board? Jeff?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I move to schedule a public hearing on the zoning map amendment petition filed by Bedard Properties for February, is it the 6th that we would like to shoot for? Is that the best for everyone? So February 6th, 2024.
Thank you, Jeff.
Second.
Second by Rob, thank you. Any additional discussion? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jeff Grossman?
Yes.
Jeff Brochu?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to schedule a public hearing meeting on this agenda item for February 6th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying late. We appreciate it.
Thank you, board members, for staying a little bit late, indulging. Emily, real quickly here then, we have any general correspondences?
So the only thing I have is 7A.
Okay,
Just was sharing with the board the ecology school monitoring report.
and that information was in our packet,
Mhm.
and that met all the requirements set forth in their conditions of approval and reporting, so they are still in compliance at this time.
Yep, as of that report, there'll be another one this season now.
Okay, thank you. Any planning board comments? I know.
Yeah, the next appointment, I've decided needs to be either Rob or Joyce, because we've got 2 Jeffs and 2 Matts right now. We are not allowed to have a Matt or a Jeff. Rob or Joyce are approved.
I think there are a lot more Robs in the city than.
We can have an Emily too, just to really screw us up too.
My apologies, sincerely, between Jeff and making sure I'm clear as to who's Jeff, the Jeff and then Joyce and then
Well, it used to be
Jeff.
Matt P. and Matt Dean, so now you can get away from that.
Right.
And you called me Jeff tonight.
And I called you Jeff tonight.
Yeah.
My apologies. No. No, Matt's fine. Any other board comments? I know.
I move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn at 9:57 PM. Thank you.